Hello, hello. Let's see if this still even fits me. Give me a second. I'm alive. I think that's the best way to describe it right now. I'm alive, and I'm trying to convince myself not to fucking bark down a bunch of idiot-ass Gen Z children. It's hard sometimes, because I am stubborn, I am old school goth, and some of the bullshit that is rolling out of their mouth, I'm just like, see, this is why we need to advocate for people swallowing. Like, how do you claim to be part of the alt culture and not know anything, and I do mean jack shit anything, about how alt culture is tied to SW, fet, queerness, like adult scenes, and to have these little supposed baby bats out here spouting off like they know anything, and like puritanical conservative rhetoric at that. I'm like, how are you gonna spout off conservative talking points and call yourself alt or punk or subculture? Like, nah. Well, it didn't always used to be this way, and now it's this way, and we're being targeted for fat, and we're being. I'm like, you think you invented this? You think you invented it, girl? Little e-girl, you didn't invent shit. Not only did you not invent shit, your predecessors were alt. They were people like Elvira, Vampira. They were the workers, especially the upper class workers of the 1800s, of the 1700s. They were the courtesans who knew exactly how to ride a horse, no matter how many hands high or long they may be. Like, trying to explain this to barely legal children that they do not own this culture. Aw, thank you so much, darling. It makes me want to rage just a touch. And then they're like, when they get called out to be held accountable for their words and for their actions and for the violence that they create against people, then they were, I was just joking. I was just joking. I was just trolling you. Ha ha ha. I was just trolling you. Ha. Cause if they go, oh, I was just trolling, they think it's that I'm just gonna stop. They haven't met me. They haven't met me. But I will show them their God, and they will weep. I'm like, you little nasty, sloppy, sticky-fingered, snot-nosed little thinking you a baby bat over here. Girl, I'm the oldest fruit bat, okay? You want to talk about alternative. I'm not even the oldest fruit bat out here, okay? We got Gen Xers out here. We've got certain types of boomers and silent gen. We're alt. Like, they want to talk about alt. I'm like, when was the first tattoo done? When was the first Western tattoo done? What civilization was that in? When was the first house of erected? Like, you know nothing of the temple priestess, so speak not. But yeah, the fact that they are out here running lip, oh, it annoys me to the nth degree. How's everybody doing? I think this might be a night of tirades. If you have questions, feel free to ask them. Just know that you will get some answers. Pardon as I readjust. Ugh, gotta walk off screen for this one. When I saw that, I'm like, who invited that bitch to the party? Who told her that this was ever going to be a safe place for her to show up? Because I'll tell you right now, I don't care what age you are, especially if you are a millennial or a Gen Z, you remember her and you remember what she did. She is guilty, like guilty. And she harmed her children badly. So like I don't know who told her that this platform, let alone any other, was going to be a safe place for her to try and hide out and have a good time. Like, bitch, you are the incarnation of evil. Okay? You did horrible things to your children. If those people weren't bought or Unaliver style junkies, that is the only way I can see that she has more followers than I do. like what? Like, I think honestly it's either going to be people who are like hate watching her, which is just weird to follow somebody to hate watch them, like what the fuck. Or people who are just there for the drama. I'm just, I'm like, either you are buying your followers, straight up buying your followers, or there are some people who need deep amounts of therapy. Aw, thank you, darling. Let me make sure that I'm adjusted so I'm not untoward, which I can usually make sure, but I can't do it directly in front of the camera. Okay, yeah. I'm well tucked. There's going to be no movement. I won't be flying out anywhere. We're going to give it a little bit more time as I relax into it, so I will be able to tighten it up a little bit more. It's been forever since I've been in one of these, and honestly, it feels good. Feels so good to be back in it. Oh yeah, no, I'm with you. I'm definitely with you. She's gonna get paid, and I'm gonna hate it all the while. But you know. But hey, on the upside, I said I was gonna make content today, and boy did I! Not around that particular woman, but I did make content. Being my regular hard-headed ass self, and educating people even if they didn't want to be. Where did I put my... Oh, I was like, where did I put my fangs? There we are. But yeah. I know, right? Give it a second. I have slippers on because, you know, reasons, but... And yes, I am wearing shorts. I got shorts on underneath. My shorts just happen to be the same material and color, so, yeah. Oh, you got 2 new puppies. Oh, I'm currently puppy sitting. And by puppy, I mean 100-pound dogs. So, yeah. Oh, no roomies. My friends are out of town, so I'm taking care of their pups right now. And that means I am actually staying over at their house and getting a little... I thought I was going to have so much extra time to get things done and whatnot. And I swear, I love these pups. I love them. I love them so much. My friends are daytime people. I am a nighttime person. Their dogs are trained for daytime people. So they are so up in my business, and I'm like, I love you, but you have reaffirmed the reason I don't have children. Let me see if I can get these in. Ah, thank you, thank you. Let's see if do I have a, well, I don't have a great mirror, but. Thank you, darling. Oh, let's get that other fang in. If we're going to have some sharpness, I want it to be good and sharp. Right, love my cats and love my... Thank you, darling. How are you doing tonight? So, there we go. Hello and welcome to our 18 and over cast. Ta-da! Feeling good. Feeling fine. A round of applause for the back of the dress. Oh, yes, absolutely. In fact, one of my friends is also a streamer. He tends to stream over on the book because he's an older crowd, but also much more friends and family kind of thing. But yes, they absolutely know that I am streaming here. It's funny because sometimes they'll sneak into my lives. And it's like, hey, it's like, oh my god, I didn't even know you were still watching. And of course, they always repeat back the most embarrassing parts that I went through. Thank you, darling. How are you doing this evening? Welcome, 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 everyone. We are an 18 and over cast. Not just because I wear these corsets and they look absolutely fantastic, but because, well, you know, I like to have frank discussions, and I really do not like children's. Oh, doing quite well, my darling. Pardon me as I make sure to remove just a touch of the smuts. There we go, that's a little bit better. Now, if you've never seen me with fangs in, let alone a corset on, and you're kind of wondering where the accent came from, don't worry, colonial, 1700s, American-ish. I am in a battery. How do you do? I'm actually trying to find a good place to put you up. And of course I've got one stubborn fang because I didn't quite let the molding sit long enough, so it likes to wiggle. That's, well, now you're... There you go. Don't worry, I'll give you the first 30 seconds to take it all in, and then the eyes up here. Luckily they're also brown, so it works for me. Yes, yes, we've got the original, the red and gold hair, and I also did bring my blue one with me. The fangs, well, a couple of things about it. The fangs are for the persona in a battery. Hello, how do you do? But also, the fangs are on my dentures, and it helps me over-enunciate. So it's much easier to understand me with them in. Now, if this little bastard will just stay in place, my goodness. Thank you, darling. Come on in, come on in. How do you do? So, for the backstory of this particular persona in a battery, 40,000-year-old vampire. Not the first one ever made, but definitely old. Back in the time where we had matriarchal societies and goddess worship and, well, you know, being born the daughter of an empress. I did love being a temple priestess back in the day. Anyways, how is everyone? Now, let's see if I can get that to actually situate itself. There we go. Give it a moment to set into place. Oh, that's right. Shall we go and grab a little something to drink? I'll be right back. We might do some party tricks later on if, well, let's see. My good, are we almost at 7K? Well over. Get me to 15 and I'll start doing some party tricks. How about that? thought I'd brought the other one out here. Give me just a second. I'm going to actually go get myself something hard to, do the potty trick with. There we go. Hello, darlings. My goodness. Oh, so quick on the draw. I absolutely adore it. How's everybody doing this evening? Hello, darling. How are you doing, my dear pup? I've been hanging in there as best I can. You know how it goes. How have you been? I'm just house sitting / puppy sitting, large 100-pound puppy sitting for a couple of friends while they're out of town for the week, because it would be very expensive to board them. But, we've got a nice large backyard. We've got a nice large living room. They even set me up with a nice guest room ensemble. They're folksy, it's quaint, and I absolutely adore it here. What can I say? Hello, hello. It feels good to have the fangs and corset back, to say the least. Now, yes, I will be, for all intents and purposes, in a corset absolutely every day this week, and I will be here 5 days straight. I am working my ass off to get that last little bit of my rent paid, so anybody who happens to need a tarot card, by all means, please do feel free to ask, and blinks are an eye. I mean, I lived through that lovely little time and place and era. It's kind of one of the reasons I got over to the Americas. It was interesting, to say the least. They appreciated my abilities as a courtesan, but, particular people come through and you go, maybe it's time I actually head off. So, yeah. Hello, darlings. Hello, Chris. Hello, Mariah. How is it? My goodness, we've got quite the crowd this evening. How do you do, my darlings? I am mostly situated in it. One of them's bigger anyways. Well, apparently I still have it. Oh, we interact with other animals just well, and I am quite partial to hounds, bats, dogs, of pretty much any variety, except if they're overly small. They're just too easy to accidentally punt. And creatures of the night I tend to interact with most often because I myself am more or less nocturnal, though I can go out in the daylight. I don't love going out in the daylight, but Right, the small ones are just not my cup of tea. Yes, Choop Choop. I absolutely adore them. I think they are just so nice. Walk very carefully, darling. Around here we are about, what do we call it? Etiquette. Yes, of course. But also, we don't mind a bit of body. You just have to be good with a bit of wordplay. I like well-experienced tongues who know how to tie wording in knots. It's so much more fun to undo them that way. And yes, we do readings, of course. Well done. We do readings, of course, and blinks are on Lio, and all you have to do is go up, pay for however many you wish, and I will read them live for you, my dear. Of course, you may have a cup of tea, darling. Yes, I do make the corsetry myself. Actually, I forgot. I guess I can show you all. So this particular one that I am currently wearing, we named it Her. Steel boning, the joys of it. Silk, cotton, and of course coutil in the middle. So it is very much formed for me. As you see, it does have a nice little bit lower underneath the arm, so I can put it down. And I actually use my particular corsetry to help give my back a little bit more support. We can tell that I'm very gifted. And they are like naturally grown, homemade as it were. Yes, I'm actually getting together a form so that I can start making them by custom order. I should have that up and running, knock on wood, by mid-March. I'm a little up in the air and I'm here for at least the next week, so I wasn't able to bring all of the things that I needed with me in order to do it. But yes, I will be doing custom orders very, very shortly. I've been working hard on it. It's just taken me a bit longer than I wanted it to. So yes. And we can do a long line corset for, back support. We can do a slightly shorter line corset for simply uplifting. What can I say? But yes. Hello, darling. How do you do? Now, just a quick check to make sure that everybody here is of age. I'm very fastidious on this, and I do I have at least a couple of mods in here? I would like to make sure that we've got, a decent amount of backup. Hot tongue. I mean, if you're going to have a hot tongue, I would highly suggest tacos. Lengua tacos are absolutely lovely. Thank you, darling. How do you do? But yes, I love wearing these. I love doing underbust corsets as well. They still give you a little bit of a lift, but you're not necessarily so encumbered across the top. Some people need a little bit more room to breathe. I, on the other hand, have learned to breathe around. Oh, good. Yes, no, I just like to make sure people are above the age of 18. That's why I always set my live streams to 18 and older. I am not a fan of minors. I do not appreciate the noises that they make and the sticky hands that they have and the way they try to keep appropriating culture and then not knowing where their roots and origins are from. Just saying. Oh, what's my biggest pet peeve? Oh, thank you so much. Ah, perfect. 3-card pull. We can do that. Honestly, it's etiquette. It is absolutely etiquette. When I find people who cannot follow just basic common courtesy, I find it ever so annoying. Absolute pet peeve. Because you can only correct somebody so many times before you go, maybe you don't want to keep that head betwixt your shoulders. I'm just saying. No, still quite a bit of puppy chaos, but I'm learning to run them absolutely ragged, and then when they go down for a nap, I go down for a nap. It's honestly like having toddlers. Again, this is why I didn't have children. Well, I sired a few vampires here and there, but, well, not many of them made it. I make sure to take out my own. So. Let me see if I can move things around just a touch so that we can actually see the card pulls. Oh, I just absolutely adore these pumpkins. Aren't they gorgeous? Aren't they lovely? Oh, good. Older is definitely better in my particular case. I make a lot of aged references, especially to TV shows and music. So when children come in here and go, "Oh my goodness, did you see the new Roadblocks?" I'm like, no. No, I did not, and I don't wish to. Thank you very much. It hasn't been overly long. But it's been a little while. I think the last time I laughed cried, I was watching Dungeons and Drag Queens. Absolutely pure comedy between Bob the Drag Queen, Jujubee, Monet, and Alaska. Just them, and Brennan was going in so hard. It was so good. Right? Yes! My friends are an absolute fan of blown glass, and, well, you know, who doesn't like a hot, blown glass piece? And they're absolutely gorgeous to watch being made. So they have several pumpkins. They are absolutely lovely. And then lovely, lovely goblets. Oh, I'd say stay in for a little bit, enjoy your time here, but if you're going to go out, just make sure you've got a little blinky light on the front of your broom, FAA and all. Okay, let's do our 3-card pull. Why, thank you, darling. I can't wait to make sure that I have funds enough that I can go and get these changed. I think for my next fill and color, I really want to do a lovely sparkly purple and black ombre. So many people say this. I absolutely... Don't worry, darling, we knew what you meant. But yes, no, so many people do say that, and I'm honestly not mad about that at all. It lets me know that my taste is good. Do I have other vampire friends? Yes. Yes, I do. I have a few here and there. But, I mean, most are a bit, young, even for me. Oh, so the dress was sent to me by a lovely, lovely follower who happened to find one in my size. I also have a green version of this that they sent me, and I adore them both. The corset is steel-boned, silk, coutil, and cotton. Made it myself. And then the underpinning is Adore Me. I absolutely love them. Good quality, good price, and they last a good long while. So I'm not mad at all about that. So, 3-card pull. Hello, Kaiju. How do you do? Hanged Man, Ace of Pentacles, 8 of Cups. So, don't worry, darling, I will actually answer just after I do the read. So, the Hanged Man is a changing of perspective. Something that you've been thinking about recently, but not necessarily today. A change of perspective is always nice, and it was something that was definitely needed. Trying to figure out what this is centered around, but that might come a little bit later on. This change of a perspective wasn't so much introspection on oneself, but how the world views you. And you tried to tilt your perspective so that it matched the world so you can see yourself in a slightly more clear view. You don't always have to worry about what other people think of you, though, my darling. How you doing, Aqua? Hi, Boo! Don't worry, I literally just got on. You're fine, you're fine. Now, we come to the Ace of Pentacles. And the Ace of Pentacles is new financial roads opening. New coin, new... Well, I won't call it wealth, but I will call it riches. There's a difference. I'll explain it later on. It has something to do with age and stamina. So as new financial loveliness comes in, this feels actually it centers around a project. I almost want to say commission, but not commission, but it is like, this is a highly important thing. It's going to garner more, but you're still at the very beginning phases of it all. So you haven't even planned it out. It's much more of a in-concept area. Let it in, let it in. You can put your own bent on this particular thing. You can very much put your own flavor to it. Of course, people are going to ask for particulars, but you will still have your mark on this project. It will not overwhelm you, and it will definitely not change how people view you. Ooh, so much worry about the view. The view. Probably because of our lovely 8 of Cups. Eight of Cups means that you've gone through, you've done a lot of things. You've ate, drank, been merry, sipped from all the different cups, found the coiffures that you like versus the ones you don't, but none of them have quite filled you the way you wanted them to. Not fully, not totally. So now you're in a moment where you're looking for something that is more fulfilling, something that is a bit more lovely, a bit more in depth, something that has a richness to it. Don't think that along the way, as you're doing this, that, and the third for other people, that is at all going to take you away from what you're searching. You just need to search a little bit deeper. You're still staying at the surface level, hoping to, get whatever you can find and find what you need, but dive deeper. Go to the dark corners. Find the odder spaces and places to be. I think you need to veer off the well-beaten path and lean into just being you. And find what people like you like to be. Because you will find so much more fulfillment there. And you won't have to keep adjusting your view to match everybody else around you, if you know what I mean. Yeah, you'll do fine, my darling. You will do fine. You're just still on that journey of discovery. I can read my own cards, they just tend to read me for filth. And sometimes they will just plain up state stuff I already know but don't want to look at, if you know what I mean. You're welcome, darling. You're absolutely welcome. I do hope that made sense to you. Sometimes it makes more sense than what I say, and I'm not wholly sure what other people, they understand once it's been said, as you know. Yes. So somebody did ask, how did I discover tarot cards? So, I happened to work the Renaissance Fair, at least for a few years, decade or so, and in working at the Renaissance Fair, I happened to work at booths at times that were across from the tarot card reader. It was absolutely wonderful to watch. She had quite the manners about her. Lovely old foxed cards, just, absolutely gorgeous, and I loved it. Went over, finally got myself a nice little reading, absolutely adored it, and since I was already a witch, I decided to ask, how do you learn how to do this? She told me straight out, you can pick up a tarot deck, and begin reading the book, and learn from there, and then, after a while, start actually leaning into and fulfilling the sensitivities and the gifts that you already have. So it's definitely been a journey. I've been reading for over 10 years now, but only leaned into letting myself be a bit more open to my own gifts within the last about 2 years or so. Yes. How's everybody doing? Let's see if we can readjust this and get a few more. No, so far I really don't wear glasses. I do have a false set of glasses, but I don't actually need them in order to see. Give me a second. There we go. Making sure it's slid into place before I do this. There we go. Hello, how's everybody doing this evening? If we get to 15K, you can decide what size I need to work with first. We do love our party tricks around here. And if you don't know that party trick, I would highly suggest tapping faster. Hello, darlings. How are we doing this evening? We've got tarot cards on deck, we've got corsets being tightened. And all in all, we're just going to have a hopefully very good time. There we go. Absolutely adore this corset. It is ever so helpful for keeping my back much straighter, much more upright, and takes a lot of the weight off of my shoulders, as it were. So, yes. Oh, thank you, darling. I adore the compliment, I truly, truly do. How are we this evening? Tapping away, I see. Oh, ever quicker, ever quicker. So what are we up to? I mean, other than tapping away. Just saying. Oh, I forgot there is one more. It's so small. Oh, don't give me that. I wasn't talking to you, dear pup. Yes, I love about handful. Handful works nicely. You know, a little bit more than a handful. And then, of course, I mean, not quite a two-hand grip. And then, well, yes, that's definitely a bit. It's a bit more than I'm used to. So definitely a two-hand grip. But yes. Pup is just. What are you doing with this? I just. No, darling, no. Ooh, pizza sounds good. Pizza definitely sounds good. Nice, getting some internship done. Yay. Make sure that you are, marking down your hours, making good connections. Don't let them bully you. Oh, he definitely does. Oh, no, I don't have a dog. I'm pup sitting for some friends. If I let you out of the crate, will you be not a pest? Make the pizza. What's better than a bit of pizza, a nice drink, and then just relaxing? Plus, pizza doesn't take overly long, does it? Any corset recommendations? Well, it's not from me. Dark Garden Corsetry. Absolutely adore them. They've been doing it for years, and they make very good quality that lasts. There are, I think there's a few others on here as well, and it also depends on what you are hoping to accomplish with your corsets. So if you're looking for something that uplifts, go with something that does steel boning. If you're just looking for something fanciful that just kind of covers, you can go with spiral spring steel, but I always say go with steel. Right. I get to enjoy somebody else's house for a little bit and then get to deal with these two hams. Hello, James. How do you do? So yeah, 9-month-old, and you can't see him against this background apparently. There we go. No. There we go. Yeah, there we go. Hey, Odie. 2-year-old. Oh, heck yes. Ooh. Well, I mean, if you can get out of the house, absolutely. Go, wander. My goodness, 15K. So, my darling, since we've made it to 15K, which size do you want to start with? Did we want to go regular? Did we want to go big? Or did we want to go somewhere in between? Sir, what? Are you going to be a good boy? Are you going to be good? Are you going to be good? Are you going to be good? Yes. A regular double-handed. Yes. I'm going to do one regular just real quick, just so people understand what's going on here. And then I'm going to actually show you the difficulty levels that are present. So, regular soda can, regular density and whatnot. And this particular thing is my party trick, so everybody watch. Simple soda can, this one is finesse. Quick, easy, there you go. Now, even though this is only about a hand's worth, it is a much denser metal, and because it is short and stout, actually a lot harder to take the air out of it. Now, even though this is quite large and you know, lengthy, shall we say, it's not that much thicker in wall, not much denser, heavier per se, but, you know, it's still a lot more air that you have to move out. This one, still about standard, but yes, of all of them, this is actually going to be one of the heavier intakes to work with. So, hello, how's everybody doing? Medium, work our way up. Yeah, fair enough. So let's see, we just did the regular. Oh, goodness, my neck. Hello. Good sir, I do not wish to let you outside because you become unhinged out there. And it just rained recently. I am not cleaning up a muddy puppy. Unless you have to go. Oh, I don't need to clean up that mess. So, fine. Sit. No, the both of you hounds, sit. Thank you, Odie. Simon, sit. Simon, sit. Why am I playing a game of Simon Says with a dog? Simon, sit. Sit your ass down. Sit. Sit. Good. Mostly so you don't bowl my knees over, you absolute. Because why? Just, again, like dealing with toddlers. Oh no, I am just pet sitting for a couple of friends right now, including their 2 very large dogs. That is an interesting arrangement right there. Oh, it's a shame that the ones you've met have been stuck up and mean. Goodness, I did not mean to hit anything. There we go. Yeah, well, how do I put this? When you get to be my age, there's not much you fear. And since you're already stronger than most, there's not much reason to be an unmitigated see you next Tuesday about everything, because you already know that you're going to outlast most of them. That and I absolutely adore humanity, so what can I say? Mortals are some of my favorite people. They're candle flames, but they're still some of my favorite people. So, bang, 4 loco, short and stout. So, think you can get us to, what are we gonna say, 20k, 25? Oh, you like vampires? Well, I'm an oddity of a vampire, so do feel free to ask. I have so many stories and questions and whatnot. So, as a vampire, most people would think we drink deep red all the time. Not so. I was, well, very, very old. While I do occasionally drink the deep red from very specific sources, I have found much better, much nicer ways to get the life essence that I ever so adore, and it does not cause nearly as much damage. Aww. Well, welcome back, my dear Desiree. Well, there's no problem with you being Christian. It happens. Nobody's perfect. Sorry. I do have to make a little bit of jokes here and there, because I was a member of the denomination for a while. Luckily, I got away from it. It was not for me. It simply was not for me. But, you know, things happen. You try them out, and you go, you know. To 30K. We've got 3 of these and 30K. Are we being demanding? Yes, they are. Inside. There you go. Crate. No. And you just took water. Absolutely not. Hello, darlings. How are we this evening? You're going to be a pest, aren't you? Yes, I did. I actually do make my own fangs for my dentures. They sit ever so lovely. And they actually help me enunciate quite a bit more. What can I say? Oh, me. Let's see. Oh, I believe this is a French vanilla roast with a dark wildflower honey and half and half. It's quite lovely. It's very, very bold. I did the rich brew on this particular percolating contraption. Came out lovely. A bit thick. I might have put in a touch too much coffee, but I always balance it out with just a bit more half and half. Good sir. My goodness gracious. No, you cannot have my slippers. I know exactly what you will do to them, and ew. I don't need slobber on it. Soybean, how are you? Coffee. Oh, yes, definitely coffee. I have nothing against tea. I have absolutely nothing against tea, but I do prefer coffee by and large. Hello, Libra. How do you do? Welcome in. Hello, darlings. Come. Enjoy the nails. Enjoy the nails. And fangs. Ah. So, if you do have questions, by all means, do feel free to ask them. No, you little... Go. Go. You are not a cat. We are not doing in and out. No. I think I like the richness, the boldness of the flavor. Tea is a little bit more like, water that had a flavor whispered at it. It can be bitter, it can be just a bit too much, but overall it doesn't have the thickness that my tongue requires. I need something that's a bit bold and heady in order to get my attention, as it were, and coffee does it every single time. I do like tea, and tea is definitely, it's good in summers when you need something light, and it's definitely lovely in the winters when you just really need something hot quickly down your throat. Yes. What in the unhinged hell are you two hounds up to? Stop. Tea is definitely not robust, and I think that's probably the Well, it's probably my bias speaking in that particular regard, but yeah, tea is just a bit more, it's light, it's gentle. You can chug it if you really, really wanted to. Coffee, on the other hand, requires that you sip it. If you're too bold with it, you become, well, I don't know. If it goes down the throat too fast, you get jittery afterwards. So you have to sip. Tea, on the other hand, you can drink about a gallon of it, and it doesn't do anything other than make you need a bio break fairly more often. This is also the exact same reason I don't do energy drinks, and they make me too shaky, and I don't appreciate that. Although now, a good aperitif, a good spirit, I can't be mad at that. Okay. Apparently dunking the chup in the aperitif is the only way to make that aperitif drinkable in any variety. I mean, I worry slightly for your system if you're chugging it. But then again, to each their own. Some people really need to get up and go quickly. I, on the other hand, am just lazy when it comes to mornings. I have bigger teeth than the both of you. I do love them, but they are absolute. What? I do find it absolutely hilarious. The first time I put in my fangs, they were not sure what to think. They'd only ever seen me with the dentures in, so when I suddenly had just as much as they did, they were like, The odd head cock, as it were. Oh, if I were to give you a treat, would you both behave? If I give you one of your frozen ones, will you behave? Back away from the door. Back away from the door. So, if anybody needs cards, I will be here. Give me just a moment. I'm going to give them a nice little frozen treat to satiate their need to be loud and bitey at each other. So, give me just a second, my darlings. Thank you so much. Sit. Sit. Better sit. If you don't sit, you don't get one. Sit. There you go. Simon, sit. There you go. Good boy. That's right. Good boy. I love that you give him a treat and it goes to the... Oh, my goodness. Yay. So we have it even lined up. We've got the medium, we've got the Zweihander, and then we have thick but stout. Ooh. I say add a necklace. If you're going out especially, yes, add at least an accessory or two. Whatever Coco Chanel told you to do, do the exact opposite. Oh, hello, darling. Well, it's a little bit of an ADHD channel, but we also do tarot card readings and some ever so fun party tricks, to say the least. I'm a vampire, I'm a witch, I'm a bit of a demon. We have fun here. It's educational as well as being entertainment. So, feel free to ask any question that you wish, because I do usually have some sort of an answer to go with. Whether that is psychology, work as an SW, criminology, Not so much with ancient Mesopotamia. I kind of slept through that era, unfortunately. But yes, no, I have many things to say. So, what kind of philosophy shall we talk on? And for those that don't know, yes, I am LGBTQI. I am pansexual, polyamorous, gender fluid. Don't worry, she, her is working today. They, them is also perfectly fine. And I am many things, to say the least. Well, yes. We can be both entertaining and educational, so... Oh god, no, absolutely not. Absolutely not. The speed at which these documentaries come out, and so often are focused around one particular type of victim, or one particular type of unaliver, irritates me to absolutely no end. I don't mind that other people watch. I truly don't mind that other people watch. It's just usually not for me because quite often the docu-series will sensationalize things or make very, very odd suppositions. And it's like they don't talk to a psychologist or sociologist about any of their particular findings and whatnot. And I kind of wonder if they got family permission in order to do this, because most families do not wish to have their trauma spread across the world right ever so soon after it happened, and especially not for money. Like, this is why the victims of Dharma are quite loud-spoken every time a new documentary or series comes out speaking on that subject, because they are so very, very tired of their families unaliving, being sensationalized, and a romanticization of their unaliver. So, yeah. And yeah, it felt that it was far too quick. Far too soon, because it didn't happen all of that long ago, only about, what, a little over a year or two? I'm just saying. No, trust me, tomorrow I will have my computer set up so that we can have a little bit of nice dark background music. I would have a show going on in the background that's mostly so, you know, calming effects and whatnot. Oh, they participated. 2020. It couldn't have been 2020. I remember it being all over TikTok. Really, was it 2020? My goodness. If that's true, I had times. I don't know why I thought it was like 2022. Fear. Fair enough. Yeah, it doesn't feel that long at all. But again, it was a very pretty, palm-colored, blonde-haired woman. Honestly, the moment they showed how the boyfriend was reacting, I'm like, I'm not saying it was case open and shut, but the way he was acting was very particular, and if you've ever been in an abusive relationship, yeah. Oh. Well, gosh. Well, either make pizza wearing a lovely little black dress and all your accessories, or, you know, go take a little spin, pick up a little something, and, you know, relax. Didn't he himself? I was pretty sure that he had exited the census expeditiously. Which, honestly, the way he was acting, reacting, just everything about him was sending all kinds of very bad red flags. Really, really, really bad red flags. I was not a fan, to say the least. Just, very untoward. But, you know, it is what that is. can I say? When it comes to a docu-series, especially on something like this, I think there needs to be a bit more, what's the word? They need to have a bit more expert input rather than chasing the story. Because expert input is fascinating, especially when dealing with a particular psychological set. Yes, it is. Very much so. Well, that and yes, experts in psychology and sociology put a bit more decorum to how they address the situation because they understand the social implications of it. When they're just looking for a good story, of course they're going to have the weeping mother and father front and center, the younger or older brothers and sisters in the background being bereft that they have lost a sibling. Like that, it feels so gross that they turned that pain into money. It just doesn't sit right with me. Yeah, fair. Very fair, my dear LJ. Pardon as I sit. Hello, darlings. How are we doing this evening? Don't mind me as I sit and wait. Hello. How are you doing, my dear Sarah? Now, the funny thing is I do happen to find particular types of serial unalivers to be interesting as a study. But I don't have any glory for them, and I have never had any sort of attraction to them as people. I don't understand that particular draw. Their very nature is one that is antithetical to the social contract. So to glorify someone who is targeting usually the weaker members of said society, it tastes like ash in my mouth. But then again, I've always been a very strong proponent of humanity. I don't like it when my own hunt and are undiscriminate with the mortals. So yes. Oh, my dear soap. Is this Call of Duty soap? Or is this a different kind that I could scrub with? Sorry, no, I should actually check your age first. Always. So, my darling, if you don't mind me asking, how old are you? Thank you, darling. I made the corset myself. Ah, I knew it. How did I know it? I didn't know what it is. I know that I have all of my villain era grey showing. The mid-20s do love showing up ever so quickly. I don't mind it, though. I don't mind it. They do need a bit of training, but never as much as the barely 18-year-old ones that I... Oh, those ones give me a bit of a headache. But yes. 24 is gently trainable, and as long as you're being, well mannered and minding your etiquette and whatnot, by all means. And of course, you can always find me other places. Just saying. Oh, it's just a lovely little aperitif. I found that I add this to this, and it comes out quite a bit better tasting. Really, Boo? Don't take this the wrong way. For some reason, I thought you were just a couple years older, my dear. Oh, no. See, I have other ways of procurement. Deep red is fine and all, but then you get all fainty and lightheaded, and I would much rather, find life's essence in other ways. See, that's why I'm such an old vampire. More nuanced, The younger European variety, they need the deep red. I, on the other hand, well, there are so many nicer ways, and you sleep ever so soundly afterwards. My goodness. See, 30s, definitely 30s. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Inna Bathory definitely has a sweet tooth. I don't need the most sweetness, but I do love a good patisserie, a nice bit of chiffon cakes, a good bitter dark chocolate. Oh, I absolutely adore them. Well, nearly everyone is younger than me, darling. Now, if I am looking at a long-term partner, per se, I do tend to aim for people who are over 30 years old. I need a certain amount of emotional maturity. If I'm looking for somebody to train, yes, they can be a little bit younger, but honestly, 24, 25 is my cut-off absolute limit, because anything younger than that, and your brain isn't quite done cooking. You haven't quite fully formed yourself, and I would much rather somebody who has fully formed and well, is not easily swayed. So yes. Dog lover. I love my dog. Oh, I mean, I find that particular, usually slightly horizontal, is fun. But, let's say that my tastes are a bit richer, darker. Power dynamics are involved, and one must learn how to take commands, or, well, even take particular corrections quite well. Just say. Training can last a couple hours. If we click really well, though, training can definitely last several years. Funny enough, I am still friends with one of the ones that I trained a long time ago coming up. And they're absolutely lovely and wonderful, and boy, do they take instructions well. My friends are checking in to see how their pups are doing, and of course I'm right now in the middle of a live, so I can't even exactly check in with them, but yes. A little honey, a little salt, and I am just a happy camper with this. Yeah, that happens every now and again. I think they just pulled into port in Louisiana, so they'll probably be having a night out tonight. Good amount of drinks. They've already got beads, so much fun. I do absolutely adore that they are stopping in Louisiana, and I'm just hoping that they have time to maybe drop by a shop and find me something interesting, being a witch as well and all. But no. My dear soap, I know, I should see if it's anything. Oh, it's a couple of friends, including one I didn't. Oh, they look lovely. Oh, they're having so much fun. I love it. Yes, for those who wish to be trained, especially in those particular varieties and ways, they should definitely check the Blinks and Lio. Find yourself a good place to be verified, because I like to make sure, again, that I am working with fully fledged adults. I would highly suggest finding where the fans are most loyal. I also like my pets a little bit clever, so learning to speak code so that we can communicate effectively without being outright and blatant. We're not allowed to be outright and blatant around here, if you know what I mean. But yes, I love having very lengthy conversations over there about all manner of things, including curiosities and beyond. No, darling, I've given you treats. You've been outside a number of times. Don't give me that face. Don't give me that face. Yes, I figure I'm going to be on at least for a little while. I do have my tarot cards on me, so if anybody does need a card reading, by all means, feel free. Blinks are Lido. Many ways to go about supporting me directly. I do appreciate it, by the way. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hello, hello. How's everyone doing? Don't mind the hounds in the background. I do miss training pups. Oh, of course, my dear. Of course you can. Yes, oh, that is the other thing. If you are a subscriber, all you have to do is ask for it and you get a free card pull each month. If you want just your regular cards read or more in-depth done, it's only $5 per card and you can do it at any point in time. Will you quit annoying each other? Last time I've seen anybody play with feet that much, I swear. Odie. Darling. We might be able to work on that. Don't mind a plague of curiosity. Honestly. This card keeps coming up and I have shuffled this deck well. Apparently a lot of people are worried about, well, not worried about, very focused on, I should say, financial income of some variety. Darlings, I'm going to need you to be silent. Sit. If not, you can go to your spots and lay down. Pardon me, darlings. No. No. Stop playing bitey-faced with your brother. Ace of Pentacles. This is emotional, not financial. Starting over, rebuilding, putting coins back into the coffer, as it were, realizing that you need to start anew, that you need to start fresh, because quite often you are overextended and spent to your last emotional coin, as it were. You don't always have to be alone in order to build or rebuild the wealth that you've already spent. In fact, this one feels like you need to be around those who actually give back to you, if you know what I mean. So don't seclude, don't sequester. Actually go out, be with people. Enrich the soul rather than worry about being too much or being burdensome. Because you're not burdensome to them and they want you around. They want to rebuild that because they like to see you filled. They like to see that rich wealth of your spirit actually shine through. But yes. Oh, you've been wanting that new job. Go hang with friends. Recharge the batteries here. It's going to make a renewed search a lot easier. Once you've kind of spent yourself all the way down, it becomes an absolute dreg to try and apply and look. And more specifically, it becomes very, very hard to manifest towards yourself because you're already overplayed and burnt out. So take some time, re-up that internal before you try to pull something towards you. Them, I truly do, but they are just they're each about 100 pounds and they have very fresh, strong teeth, so I'm not going to be putting my hands into that. But yes, I am a hedge witch, which has less to do with topiary and much more to do with I like to do my own thing. When I do form temporary covens, it's usually here amongst community when we do our little community castings and whatnot. If I were to form a coven, it would much more likely be me forming a very snug and nuanced connection with people that I'm actually in a relationship with. Pardon as I put them outside. Both of you, up and out. Yes, you too. Go. Alexa, backyard light on. There we go. But yes, no. If I were to form a coven, I would absolutely adore forming a coven with people that I'm actually in very close contact with, because there is another type of magic that, yes, I can do by myself, but becomes much, much easier when I have help. What is my most memorable accomplishment? I don't know. I mean, I've done quite a few fashion shows, made a lot of really beautiful clothing. Honestly, I think I'm still working towards my biggest accomplishment. My biggest accomplishment that I would like to do, the thing that I would love to achieve, is becoming an in-person, decently well-known schmominatrix. Can one of my mods take care of this, please? I find it incredibly distasteful. Fearsome? No, not fearsome at all. To me, I find it to be cathartic, not just for myself, but for the people I work with. I absolutely adore working through some of the darker fantasies and proclivities with someone. They find that they understand themselves far better once we are, playing, and they understand their mindset a little bit better. What can I say? It quite is. Because also it doesn't just encompass one thing, it encompasses many things, and I think a lot of people have the wrong idea of what it is because they've only been given the mass media version of what that is. It's far more nuanced. There's a lot more talking, there's a lot more discussion, there's a lot of getting to understand what drives that particular want and or need. So, I find it to be absolutely thrilling, especially when you get to tailor an experience rather than just throw a ball at a wall, as it were. Just, that'll work. No, with this particular line of work, there does tend to be quite a bit more tailoring, and I do appreciate that, because each person is a little different. Good. And remember, you, as a person who is, we'll say, learning, you as a person who are learning can always call stop, and if it ever becomes too much, or even you can ask for your teacher to slow down. It's not just one speed. And at the same point in time, the teacher themselves, if they find the student to be a bit much, we can also call stop ourselves or call for a slowdown. So yes, it's all about consent. It's all about building a rapport and understanding each other's boundary lines. It's a beautiful and wonderful thing. Oh, darling, me? Cool? I mean, I guess. Yeah, no, I guess I am a little cool. Maybe I should bring that heart rate up just a touch. Oh, you mean, in the colloquial sense? Fair enough. Let's see. Oh my goodness, we're already at 24k. When we hit 30k, we'll be doing a couple of party tricks. I'll be showing you the difference between finesse and strength. hello, darlings. How are we doing? Do feel free to come in, ask questions, because I know there's so much curiosity going on. Just, phrase it in such a way that doesn't get filtered out, and we can definitely have a lovely discussion, though slightly coded, of course. Why, hello! How are you? It's been forever. How are you, my darling? My goodness, I hope you're doing well. Are you enjoying your place? I know you moved out of state far away, which makes me ever so grumpy about it. But I do hope you're doing well. Goodness. When I talk about somebody who looked fantastic in a bodice. Oh, I miss your beautiful face too, my dear. Of course, as you've seen, I haven't at all lost my tricks. But no, I miss you. That and all the fantastic conversations we'd have. And the comparisons. Oh, and the insults. Oh, it was not an opening morning until we'd had a little something to nosh, a little something to drink, and at least one gently coded sort of insult. I have found that I actually like an addition of salt and honey to my aperitif. Go figure that one. But yes, Renaissance Fair was quite lovely. I don't know what I miss more, honestly. The Scotsmen were nice, though they often had a few too many tipples in them. And then, of course, the balancing acts and whatnot. Those were always fun to do. Although, the mothers who looked like they could only serve powdered milk often had quite a bit to say, because their husband's eyes wandered, and apparently that was my fault that I happened to be in view. Now they want to come back in. Right, oh, yes, les oubliettes. Les oubliettes, oh, c'est bon, yes. There you are, darling. Yes, I saw it come through and I didn't know where you were. Oh my goodness. Absolutely. I was hoping you would stop by. In. Now go be polite with each other. My darling, are you ready? We can definitely do a read for you now. I absolutely adore the Les Oubliettes walks. So, for those who don't know, yes, that particular balancing trick that I did came from, well, roughly Renaissance Fair. I got bored while I was working one day and wondered if I could convert myself into a shelf. And, well, surprise, surprise, I was quite adept at it. So much so that I could actually go walking the fairgrounds, balancing at least a tankard or two, all the way over to the ale stands and whatnot, just to get myself a little something. Naughty cheerleaders were nice, but those pony rides... Oh, those pony rides were the best. Oh, no worries, no worries. Oh, I was like, where did this come from? And hopefully they show up, and of course I will always honor it. So, yes, absolutely. Oh. Right. Oh, I still remember. I think between the both of us, we definitely drank down fast enough that we got a full cup of port wine almost every single time. There was no cider left by the time we got through with it. The whole trick to it is exhale first. That way, while you're drinking, you can take a sip and then a sip and breath, sip and breath, sip and breath, sip and breath. If you get well enough at it, you can pretty much drink at least 8 ounces worth of cider while they are desperately trying to keep up. What can I say? I practiced. So, for our lovely, lovely darling who sent me a little bit late. Right hand receiving. Ah! Hello. That is the card for justice, my darling. Balancing of scales. It feels like less legal and just more like social justice. Justice within a smaller group of people. Ooh, it feels like an I told you so. It really feels like an I told you so. I wouldn't say that it's a miscommunication. There seemed to have been a bit of actual nastiness. A bit of not so niceness amongst people, and they definitely went to smear. Although I don't think it worked, especially within your group or within the group that they were trying to tattle to. Oh, they did this, they did that. Oh, da, da, da. The group is going to know very shortly. They're doing their own research. Very homegirl investigation. But yes, they're going to receive backlash. They are definitely going to receive backlash. It might be quiet, it might not always be out in your face, but hopefully at least one of the people who was roped into all of this will be able to come to you and let you know that, yeah, they were definitely wrong for thinking that this particular person had any validity to what they said. Hello, Fisher. I'm sorry, dear Keanu. Am I there with you? No, darling, I'm here. I wish you were here as well. I have so much to talk about. Absolutely adored the first 2 John Wicks. Number 3 kind of lost the plot just a little bit, but I really want to see number 4 and see how it all pans out. Me? Mostly, I use a little bit of, usually a Korean moisturizer for my face. Other than that, I just scrub the unliving holy hell out of it and exfoliate with tea tree oil. Trader Joe's actually has a really nice one. And other than that, I try not to go out in the sun too much. And I adjust my skincare routines as my skin decides to adjust itself, because some days you're dry, some days it's oily. You can't always treat it the same, but you know, read your face as you go. You've had treats, you've gone outside several times. Hello everyone, how do you do? I do hope that Justice card made sense for the one that I was reading it for. It'll shake out, it's just not fun. Aww. Children. I love how they will say whatever they are thinking. I actually trust them a little bit more. I don't like them any bit more, but I do trust them a bit more when they say what they say, because they have zero filter. They have no filter whatsoever. But I do appreciate that. I just also hope that they don't pick up any of my curse words, because I do know that I can have a mouth like a sailor. It's not that I hung out by the docks all the time, but can't say the next words that wanted to come out of my mouth. They would have been wildly inappropriate. That part. Well, you know, when they're little, they don't have the social graces. Yes, darling, yes, I was reading for you. I was reading the Justice card for you. A quick refresh is basically whatever has been going on behind closed doors, the smear tactics that that person was trying to use, not going to pan out well for them. Not going to pan out well for them at all. In fact, it's going to probably get increasingly worse the more they double down on it, because the people that they're trying to tattle to, they are a little bit more fastidious. Hello, darlings, welcome on in. They're a bit more fastidious. They do a little homegirl investigation behind the scenes and see what's what. Yes, just sit. Let the friends do what the friends do. They will know what the truth is. Just, you know, show up with receipts. Oh, good. Good. Hello, how's everybody doing? Hopefully well. Oh, how was that, my dear JB? Oh, you're welcome, my dear. You're welcome. I wish. I definitely need my poems read, to say the least. To say the least. To say the least. And my poems have always been this way. Even when I was incredibly young, my poems had a myriad of lines on them. Rather deep ones at that. Oh, perfect, perfect. I should be on at least for a little while longer, to say the least. I think bare minimum... Stop! Bare minimum 8:30, probably closer to 9 o'clock. Quit trying to sit on your brother's face. Oh, good. Come back anytime, my darling. So, what shall we talk about, my dears? We have many length of question or subject that we can talk about. If it helps, I do have a degree of psychology, a degree of fashion design. I've done the Renaissance Fair. I've done a great many things in my time, including cosplaying, and I definitely have lovingly dark proclivities. So, there are many things that we can talk about. Right, they really are. They really, truly are. One's trying to bite the other one in the face. The other one's trying to sit on the other one's head. So, it is much like siblings. Why, thank you, darling. Shall we sit? Shall we stand? So, roughly... Actually, let me see if I can go find a... Will you stop that? Absolutely not. Not in front of my coffee and definitely not in front of my salad. You, crate. Simon, crate. I'm going to go find a measuring tape. Unhinged pups, I swear. I swear. Goodness. Let's see. Measuring tape, measuring tape. No. You acted untoward. I already warned you to behave yourselves and you didn't. Where did I put the measuring tape? I could have sworn I had it out here. Even a soft measure would be nice at this point. No. Oh goodness, no. I thought I had a measuring tape on hand. Apparently I don't. I'll have to bring that out next time. So I want to say roughly it is 55, roughly I think 40, 55. Saying he's. Hello darling, how are you, dog lover? No. You acted like a little bitch, now you're getting treated like one. Hello. I'm doing quite well, my darlings. How are you? What did I eat for supper? I have not eaten anything just yet. They do, they truly do. I haven't eaten anything just yet. Well, I've eaten today, I just have not eaten supper yet. And I think I have pork belly rib I'm gonna add that to some ramen, and I'm still deciding what kind of veg I want to put into it to zhuzh it up. I don't know. He's been absolutely unhinged today. I'm just poking every one of my last nerves. Him and his brother have been just either trying to play bitey face or trying to sit on each other in a way that is wildly untoward. And Alexa, turn off backyard light. So, But yes, now he's been whiny and demanding, so I might have to do some obedience training with him tomorrow. Yes! Oh, we love a good internship that goes by quickly and productively. See, that's the funny thing is, the deep red drank by itself it's okay, but it's not fantastic. I much prefer Deniguin or blood sausage or any other number of dishes made with it. Oh goodness, we are almost there. And beyond that, I do appreciate a different kind of life essence. Sure, it leaves you tired, but it's much more unlikely that you'll be down for too long, if you know what I mean. I've got to reform these fangs tomorrow. I have not been able to get a good solid hold, which means I have not made the foot of it correctly. Oh, why thank you, darling. No. Give it a second. Goodness, pardon. I'm like, the coffee was a little too rich. Alicia, how are you doing, my dear? Hopefully well, hopefully well. So while the baby is in the crate because he's been misbehaving, because he's been a good boy. Yes, at 30k we will do the party tricks. So, for those of you who do not know what my particular party tricks are, they involve both a bit of finesse, but they also involve quite a bit of strength. Your commentary is duly noted, good sir. So, when it comes to inhalation, regular wall strength, easy enough, no matter the size. But I also did make sure to pick up something that has a bit more snapback to it. So this, even though being short and stout, is actually much, much, much harder to make it do what I wish it to do. So, strength. So, the order is regular sized, Zweihander, and then Einhander. Are we watching? Are we ready? Because we do love a good party trick. So, the whole party trick is to make sure that this is airtight and then just take the air out of it. Like such. That finesse. Then, of course, we upgrade this one. A little bit of finesse, a little bit of strength. Hello, Bee. How are you doing, darling? Are we ready for the next one? Yeah, buckles just the same. Now, Everybody thinks if they're small, they're just so easy to pop. No, no, no. The small ones can take so much more work. Shall we? Shall we? Notice there's no damage anywhere around. I like to make sure everything is fair and honest. No damage at the top either. And again, this is why I place basically my knuckle, is so you don't think that my nail is doing any of it. And the first thing to go was that side wall, so you can see it split itself. Hello, darling. How are you? What can we say? We love a good party trick. I can hear some of you on the other side. What can I say? I absolutely adore doing this particular trick. That, you know what, funny enough, that was one of my greatest accomplishments. I did 60 cans in 60 seconds at the Renaissance After Hours Gong Show and garnered myself $50 for it. You came in just in time. We love good timing. Why, thank you, darling. I try. No, actually, I don't try. I just show up. It happens. But what can I say? How are you all this evening? Are we having fun? Yes. Yes, that's exactly what it is. So, in case somebody else is going to try this, because I have taught this trick to a few other people, and at least 1 or 2 people on this app does that. So, when you are doing this, please be ever so careful. Finesse, very much, yes, is the key, but also safety. If you can, leave the tab on. If the tab comes off, you can end up nabbing yourself just a little bit. Doesn't ever tend to be too bad. But also make sure that you are forming a very tight seal around. Do not have your lip inside of this. Around, not inside. That one can be a much more uncomfortable cut, as it were. Oh, you're going through a lot. Come in. Sit, rest, decompress. Have some fun, goofy moments with us. I think that's what we do quite well here, in this community at least. Now, let's see if... I've got one last one here, and let me see if I can... Gastric bypass, I have to bring up the gas very quickly or else it gets very uncomfortable. Goodness. Enjoying some wine at home. That's always a good one. Me, Southern California. Originally, I'm sure. Or at least that's where I live. Where can I say where I reside? Okay. So for these lovely, lovely moments, you're not trying to inhale here. Here. Yeah, you're not trying to pull with the brachial. That would be very bad. That would not go well. You would definitely feel that stress after a while, and if you have asthma, you may trigger yourself a bit of an attack. Where you're actually expanding, where you're actually creating that vacuum, is basically bottom of the throat, back of the throat. So you exhale, push as much air out of your face as humanly possible, and then when you inhale, you open the back of the throat to the bottom of the throat, and Get those cheeks pulling outwards. That's right, for once you want your cheeks apart. That way it creates an inner vacuum that takes all the air that's in here and puts it in your throat, and it subsequently collapses down. So yes, always be careful, of course, also where your hand placement is, because this is metal, and thin metal is very good at taking off small chunkets of flesh if you're not very careful. So make sure that it is safety first. You have to. I mean, I know the cheeks, they're so round, they're so plump, you just want to squish them together even harder. But no. You want to make sure that your cheeks are separating. I can almost do this with a straight face. Keyword being almost. So, we'll just do a little bit of finesse work where I'm going to flex the walls. And you can see. Gentle squeeze, there we go. So yeah, if you want to, I would honestly say try the slightly larger ones first. They have those elongated walls. It's a little bit easier to flex them. So, once you've gotten used to flexing and concentrating on your cheeks so you know where they are, you move it to the back side of the throat, because the back side of the throat can become very cavernous if you train those muscles. If they are untrained, you may be unsure as to where to pull from and to. So work on flexing the back side of that throat. Just kind of relax it open, let everything drop, and then put a little bit more emphasis to it. So, what do we have again? An undamaged can? Yes. Full, airtight, and then just watch this part here. So yes, it's a good way to recycle as well. How's everyone doing? Hello, darling. Hey, Anama, how are you doing? Hey, Gecko, how are you, my dear? Hello. Welcome on in. My goodness, 32k. Thank you so much. I do ever so appreciate it. Come, sit. We are a channel that likes to sit, chat, talk. We can do philosophy, fashion, modern and otherwise. We like to wander all over the place. It's the joy of the ADHD. I'm doing good. I think I'm deciding exactly what I want to do tonight, and I'm thinking I'm going to go with the pork belly and ramen. I'm just trying to decide what additives I want. I think we're going to throw in an egg, definitely some cheese for a nice creamy sauce. Oh God, I love a good cream sauce. Oh, you mean my PFP? I mean, Sonny, how are you, my darling? I hope you're doing well, my dear. Where was I? Oh, I was having a total moment there, but yes. Hello. How are you this evening? Oh, that's right, ramen. Don't ask. So yes, cheese, egg, got some green onion. Do I want to put no, I don't think I want potato. Well, other than having an absolutely grumbly pup who refuses to be at all kind of quiet. overall, I'm doing quite well. I'm puppy sitting for the next week. So, yes, it's been an interesting ride so far. They are very much awake during the day, and with my normally vampiric hours, it is a bit odd that I'm up much later than the dogs are. But then, of course, I want to sleep in the morning, and they want me up at like 5 a.m. So usually I'm using Bulldog as my base for my ramen. But, let me go grab. Actually, I'll take you with. That's perfectly acceptable. New environment. Come with. Alexa, light on in the kitchen. There we are. I've got a few dishes to take care of, but let's see. Oh, here it is. So, this is the particular ramen, Yamamoto Siphon. So, it's a Japanese ramen. I'm hoping that it has a good mouthfeel to it, a nice, strong whatnot. And then I've got some slow-cooked pork belly. I was letting it rest beforehand. I'm going to probably take it down off of the bone and give it a nice good chop up. Absolutely loved it. It's pork belly, bone in. We added salt, pepper, garlic, onion powder, a touch of liquid smoke, and Worcestershire sauce. Hello, Belly. How do you do? I have not made bone broth lately. I really haven't. But I honestly, maybe the next time I can afford it, I can grab some beef bone and do a nice slow render. Because, who doesn't love a bit of homemade bone broth? And we know that I do a good one, to say the least. I'm trying to remember which one of my... I guess I could use my slow cooker for it. That way it just goes all day. Because I don't want to put it on a high boil, per se. Hello, darlings. Sit, stay. Don't fall off the table, as it were. Let's see. I think I'm still at the house for about another week or so. I mean, you're not quite wrong. I am a 40,000-year-old vampire who likes to make her own corsets and whatnot, but just saying. And if anybody calls this a stay, we will have an absolute moment of murder. These are small. Okay, look, I'm not always a size queen, but at least give me enough ramen that'll feel like I ate something. Okay. I'm just saying, Bulldog is, it at least goes about another knuckle. Gives it about another. And it's a bit of a thin one. I'll try not to judge it too harshly. Let's see. And this is our soup. Okay, powdered soup base. I'm getting things out now mostly so I can remind myself to eat them later. Cheese can stay in. Ooh, actually. Green onion. There we go. No. Where? There we go. That's definitely not it. There we are. Cracked pepper. Cheese. And let's throw in an egg. Also got mushrooms and a few other things, but yes, there we go. Good. There we are. Hello, darling. Well, I'm just saying, I had somebody who fancied themselves informed tell me that this was a stay which is a type of precursor to the corset. They were trying to tell me that this was a stay because I had chosen to put grommeting down the front. I hate busks. I hate that pin and hook system. I despise it. Trying to make sure that you don't accidentally take off a fingernail when you are trying to hook a busk together it'll make you want to scream some very inappropriate things. Secondly, trying to tighten your own corset once you're in it. Trying to pull that from the backside to get in. My darling, between my hypermobile shoulders and the fact that these yiddies can feed a family of 4, I would choke faster than I can get the damn thing tightened. I would much rather be able to get myself in and out, and that's why I put the grommeting up the front, so I can deal with the lace-up and I can get myself out of it again. But yes. Hello. How are you doing, darling? Hopefully well, hopefully well. Pardon as I move detritus. Now, as for the last trick that we just did, if it is corrugated, no flex, do not try it. Do not try it. Do not try it. You will damage yourself. It will not be good. Do not try it. This will hurt in a bad way. How do I know? I'm hard-headed. I may have tried once or twice and then realized I like living. So tell me, what is going on in the world? I know we have so much going on. Are we all here from the United States? Or do we have anybody who's from out of country? Because Lord knows, trying to get information from the outside at times feels a bit like, how do we put it? Pulling teeth from a dragon. Because from what I last heard, Canada's gearing up, which is mildly frightening. And if you know why, I mean, Canada is the reason we have the Geneva Conventions. Oh, you're from Mexico. How is Mexico doing? Honestly, how is Mexico doing? I know, you're having to deal with all of our silliness, and Lord knows, the people we currently have in charge is a real pain in the ass for all of us here as well. Oh, Missouri, Las Vegas, nice. I myself am West Coast, Southern California. Rhode Island, nice. Tiny little... Rhode Island, you can get across Rhode Island in about 2 hours, right? So I have sometimes perception issues with distance because you live in California. You can cross it in like 4 or 5 hours one way, but the other way it takes you like a full day. Maryland, nice. I hear it's absolutely lovely there. Oh good, oh good, oh good. Thank you. I'm so happy about that. You have no idea. I honestly do worry sometimes because of, just everything. Like, oh Lord. Ah! From Calaveras County in California. Nice. Northern Colorado. Now, are you having a bit of a winter storm right now? Are you still getting pummeled by the what was it, the polar, the Arctic, the vortex? That's the word I was looking. Don't ask why that took me so long. But yes, now, are you still being battered by that polar vortex, or has that decided to move on? Hopefully it's decided to move on. Hello, hello. Welcome on in, my darling. How are we this evening? Oh, you're in the UK. So you're from Texas. How do you... Nice. Hello, Texas. Hopefully you're doing well as well, because I know that it's been a little bit batshit crazy, both weather and government-wise there. But I do love that you're over in the UK right now. Maybe you can tell us what's going on over there, because goodness gracious. Just saying. Everybody seems to be a little bit tense right now, and I understand why. Been in the 60s for the last few days, but you're going to... so you're going to have a storm in the next couple... We just had a little storm whip through. We got all the way down into the 40s again. Which was very odd, because just a couple days before, 70s. So to go from the 70s, I want to say about 75 on roughly Thursday, all the way down to about 45, I think, by Sunday? Yeah, by Saturday, Sunday. Not saying that our weather needs a mood stabilizer, but our weather needs a mood stabilizer. Just saying. That was an odd little hop. Ooh. Nine of Pentacles. Things are going well. Details are being hammered out. Everything's being put together. You're mostly there. People are starting to actually recognize and pick up on what you're doing, and they're starting to fill the tent, as it were. Lot more coming this way. Lot more coming this way. Could be interesting, to say the least. Oh, why thank you, darling. Red is my favorite color, and for the longest time, I know I was just kind of putting off being in red, trying other colors and whatnot, but yes, what can I say? When I saw it this morning, I had happened to just throw a few things out on the bed and went, you know what? Red does look good. That beautiful vermilion, the crimson, the sanguine of it all. Have a bunch of family wanting to come to visit. Get out of there. Ooh, I don't blame them. I don't blame them for wanting to get out, at least for a little bit. Although at this point, I'd highly suggest taking a boat. As you know, when they lay off half the FAA. Just saying. Thank you so much, Jasmine. I do appreciate that. Da, 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 da. Honey, salt, aperitif, lemony, sucker. I didn't mean to make this combination, but it works. Hello. My goodness, 33K. Let's get that to a 33.3. Adore a good repetitive number, what can I say? Still trying to decide if I like 444 or 555 more. I've been seeing a lot of 555 come up recently. I take it as a good sign, what can I say? Oh goodness, my goodness, is it 8 o'clock already? Oh, that just flies right by. Well, let's go on at least for a little while longer. Hello, my darlings. Come on in. Now, for tomorrow night, what shall we do? What kind of fun can we have? Trying to think. Yes, there's always casting, and of course I always have my cards. Ghost stories. I always find ghost stories ever so funny. I mean, we can do fun campfire tales as well, but I always find ghost stories so funny because it's always this tiny Victorian child, this wailing Victorian woman. I'm like, you've only seen the Victorians showing up. I'm just saying. Honestly, I tend to see things out of the periphery rather than head on. I wouldn't mind being able to see entities head on, but I know not all of them like being seen, so seeing them out of the corner of my eyes is fine. I just end up reprimanding the dog for things that they didn't do, and it's like, oh, that dog's across the room. Well, every now and again I will see a black dog at roughly hip level. My goodness, you all have been moving ever so fast. Thank you. I would so appreciate if they did not do that blaring klaxon. Sorry, one of those PSA things. I'll definitely double check it afterwards, but I absolutely despise that loud noise. My hearing's far too good for it, and I find it very annoying. Where was I? Oh, yes, there is a black dog that does wander around here. But no, the ones that get me aren't the ones that are people shape. It's the ones that are animal shape that draw my attention quite a bit more, because the ones that are small and animal shape tend to be far more cheeky and create a bit more hassle here and there. But yes. Hello, darlings. Come in, come in, come in. How do you do? Hello, darlings. I know a lot of you are body doubling as I see things pop and run and whatnot. No, I'd love to have... By all means, we can always have a philosophical discussion. Campfire tales and ghost stories I think would be interesting. I've definitely been a couple of places that were very unhinged. Didn't like being in them, got out of them as fast as possible because... When this danger sense goes off, it's like, okay, no, time to go. Honestly, I haven't had to. A couple of lovely fans have been sending me thrifted items, so I have not had to order anything from Shein. Although I will have to say, if I was better financed, as it were, I would absolutely be going on and grabbing a few things, because I very much enjoy their body con and some of their more risque stuff. I find it's quite nice, and it allows me to play with silhouettes. That way, if I don't like the silhouette, I haven't paid overly much, and if I wish to modify something, it's much, much easier. You're not wrong, because every now and again, even when this is going, no, it's time to go, part of me is like, but what if somebody's hurt out in the middle of the woods? I'd be a horrible person if I just left them to their own fate. Now, of course, that is also when my ancestors start yelling at me, but I'm hard-headed. So I'm usually on for about 2 hours, but I'm going to, kind of go with how I feel on the day. So yes. No, I haven't gotten a P.O. box yet. So I need to make up the last bit of my rent, hopefully within the next couple of days. Just to get that squared away, and after that happens, then I can get my P.O. box. But yes, I'm half white, half black. I know, it's boring, it's run-of-the-mill, what can I say? But yes, half white, half black. And usually, I listen to what the black half says. Because the white half it's code switching. So I go from being very palm color coded to very black in about a blink of an eye, especially in certain situations. If anybody needs cards read, I didn't know why this particular box is of an odd size, but yes, if anybody does need their cards read, blinks are in Lio, and feel free to have at. Hello, hello, doing good. How are you doing, my dear? And then yes, once you've paid for the cards, come on back and I will absolutely read them live. If you like doing things like sponsorships and whatnot, Throne is definitely a good way to go about it, or you can always go direct, because the clock app takes half of everything now. Actually, they take about 60% of everything, and then they make you work your ass off to earn another roughly 10%. To make it a 50-50 split instead. Get fucked. Anyways, hello Shane, how do you do? Sorry, I just saw the entirety of your name, and I used to watch wrestling back in the day, so extra fun. But yes, what was I speaking on? Wander. Yes. No, we can talk about everything and nothing. We do a lot of different discussions around here. It's the joy of the ADHD and whatnot. But yes, I also tend to be versed on a lot of different things. So, if you ever wish to start a conversation, by all means do. Because there are so many interesting and fun things to be spoken of. Hello, hello. I'm doing quite well. How are you doing, Chaos Monkey? Don't mind me as I shuffle. This is half the reason I actually shuffle cards, is just to keep my hands busy. If not, I get quite fidgety. What can I say? Oh, and for those who wish to go to an age-verified place to find me, by all means, do find. I would say head to the throne room. They will have the keys to the kingdom, and more often than not, you can find me where the most loyal of fans go. Oh, really? Oh, you make bracelets. Oh, lovely. Now, are you doing like wire working bracelets? Are we talking about semi-precious stone, wire wrap, bead? What's your forte, my darling? And cards are, well, should we start with the major arcana or the minor arcana? Best place to start is get yourself a regular deck of cards. Whichever one happens to call to you, I'd highly suggest. Grab yourself a set of cards and start reading through the book. The book is going to tell you what each card is supposed to represent. The territorial deck is actually very, very good for that. It gives you descriptions, and it has descriptors on the cards themselves, so it helps to remind you and get it into your rote memory as to what represents what. After which, once you're more comfortable with the meanings and whatnot, and I usually keep a book on me just so I can refer back to things. Sometimes words pop out more because I'm an intuitive rather than a clairvoyant. But yes, once you've gotten the rote memory down, that's when you start leaning into some of your sensitivities, some of your intuitions. Some people are a bit more clairvoyant, some people are a bit more geomantic, meaning if they touch something from an area, they can give you a little bit of providence and history. I happen to be deeply intuitive, and I get things like dubious knowledge. So there are times that I know shit that I don't know how that I know, but I know. If that makes sense. And just, yeah, over time, you learn. Major Arcana, let's see, there's 74 cards, if I'm not mistaken, in the full deck. 22 of those are... Let me see if I got my calculations right. 22 of them are Major Arcana, big life events, that kind of stuff. And then the rest are Minor Arcana, which is Ace through King. And those are... how do I put that? More minor, but at times even more nuanced than the Major Arcana is. And yes. Thank you, darling. Thank you so much. My goodness, are you going to get to my age? Okay, I'll let you. So I started a Renaissance fair, basically. I saw somebody else reading them. I happened to be stationed across from them. I was doing my job, stationed across from them, and they were the tarot card reader, and absolutely adored how they would, talk and witter on, and just good vibes, as it were. And so one day I went over, got my cards read, and asked them kind of how to get into it, and they told me basically what I just told you. And I read a lot from rote, but I read and found that I really enjoyed it, and it went well with my casting and my crafting, as it were. And as I became more comfortable, and as I have unfettered some of my personal hang-ups, I have become far more adept at reading the cards in a much more intuitive and in-depth manner. Hello, how's everybody doing? Come on in. Now, if you want to, you can also get registered. I've got, I'm going to be here pretty much every single night reading cards, talking, chattering, and whatnot. So feel free to come along. We can find some fun things to do and whatnot, and let's have some fun. Let's have some conversation. And not everything always has to be witchy. Not everything always has to be, vampires and lore and whatnot. A lot of times we can just do fun things, kind of hang out and decompress, and I will probably wear my blue velvet number tomorrow. So, now I know some people are going, what do you do for your regular job? I've been looking for a job for over 1.5 years now. I used to work a bit of corporate in a way, and when I asked for accommodations, I found very quickly I was apparently no longer needed. But yes. No, I'm still waiting on the whole letter of demand situation, and I need, once I find out what their answer to that letter of demand, again, it's one of those, you have to give them time to answer back. If they are still untoward, I will be looking into taking them into small claims, and adding onto it the punitive, as it were, because the way they acted and the way they maintained that place was not good, especially with the fact that they had fucking black mold and vermin, and had that vermin that came in that last couple of weeks, had that thing chewed through the gas line on my stove, I could have been unalived. And if it wasn't for them, that particular vermin would not have gotten into the house in the first place. I cannot stand those. I've been getting them. I've been getting them lately, and I can't stand it. Oh, the universe said to me, oh, darling, if the universe had been talking to you about me, the universe would have already told you that I'm going to tell you to fuck off. So, how did you not see that coming? Mourn, cry, have those emotions, feel those emotions. A lot of people try and repress having the emotional go through because they're worried that once they've actually done the mourning process, that they will somehow forget the loved one, or that their loss will be somehow less impactful. So they hold off on actually processing a lot of those feelings. Mourning does not diminish the person's passing, and mourning does not diminish the person's presence in your life. Mourning just helps you deal with and cope with the fact that you're not going to be able to continue on the story. You're not going to have those extra moments with them. But honestly, once you get through the mourning, you start remembering some of the good stuff that you went through, or some of the things that made them precious to you. Me, I'm a little bit different. My family was not so fantastic. when my parents pass, and I won't say too much more on that, but when my parents pass, I know that I won't mourn. I know that I will be relieved, but I know that I won't mourn. And I think I'm going to be okay with that in a lot of ways, because I'll finally be able to fully process everything that I went through. And for once, I won't be afraid that they are going to yet again show up on my doorstep to create more havoc within my life. The long and short of it. That part. And if they ever do slide in, by all means, feel free to let me know what their specific at is, so that I can also report them. Oh, actually, that's what I should do. I should do a search and destroy. Find as many of them that are showing up currently, and go through and have at them. Well, intellectually, property-wise, that way. Maybe this app will do something about them, though rarely do they. Mourning is or losing a loved one, I should say. Losing a loved one is very odd. Because, you know, they're there, and then sometimes they're not. Or suddenly they're not. But also, if they went through something quick, sometimes you mourn because it was so sudden, and it's that break that can cause so much consternation, because you can't rightly process that they're suddenly not in your life. The funny thing is, though, if you watch them deteriorate, that can be almost more detrimental in some ways, because you forget that they had good portions to their life, and you end up regretting not having more good portions with them. Well, I'm not much one for demons, but let's say no, they weren't vampiric, but boy did they know how to suck your soul. Oh, they were absolutely terrible. Yeah. It's definitely difficult. I used to work, funny enough, for a retirement home for a while, and I honestly didn't think I would get overly attached to people, especially people that I knew they were retired, they were getting on in age, and, you know, there was every good possibility that they would, you know, pass on. And it's like, it's always, you know, I was there quite often on a decently daily basis, so sometimes I would see some of the decline, and then just, and there were a few who passed, and yes, it hurt, but it's like, oh, that's a shame. But also I saw it coming, you know, you could tell that they were just very uncomfortable, their body was deteriorating, it was not a good time, to say the least. But then there was a couple of them, even when we knew there was a decline going on, just, they were such lovely, vibrant, wonderful, giving, kind people that when that happened, it hurt. Almost like losing somebody of your own family members. So no, you do not have to be born a vampire. Vampires can be made. There are different lineages, most definitely. I am from an exceptionally old lineage, and while I do have fangs, and while I do enjoy fangs, I'm not much one for the deep red drink. The deep red is actually a little bit more European in certain ways. I, because of my age and a few other things, have refined different techniques for taking a little bit of the life essence. I might have had a small hand in why people think succubi are the way they are. I'm just saying, we had some very, very... Okay, it was a good couple of centuries, to say the least, But yes, no, not everybody drinks the deep red. I can actually go out into sunlight. It's not ever so pleasant, but I don't go when it happens. Garlic is just fine, but my sense of smell and taste are a little bit more heightened. Moreover, though, loud sounds I'm not a fan of. And I'm really not a fan of a cross, but that's from my own religious trauma, not anything to do with the power of compelling me. Oh, yeah, hard and shocking. Oh, you poor thing. Now, when it comes to being converted, as it was... Hello, Ivana. How are you doing, my darling? When it comes to being converted, it's not just a bite and go. It's not quite lycanthropy, as it were. There's ceremony to it. And honestly... Vampires are ever fastidious about selection, because the last thing you need is an unhinged moppet running around, sullying your good reputation with their bad deeds and their indiscriminate bites. Why, thank you, darling. I made it myself. German steel boning, silk outside, Japanese cotton inside, and a nice layer of coutil in between. Everything quilted together so that the scaffolding can hold up to the tides, as it were. And the accent is 1700s-ish colonial American. Not British. Definitely not British. How's everybody doing this evening? Come in, come in. Hello, darling. I'm doing quite well. Hopefully you're doing well. Having a good evening at the very least. Oh, goodness. Let me get over and where did I put that? Where did I put my battery? I could have sworn that I had it out here somewhere. Now I think I've hidden it from myself. So we may need to go over and try to set on the couch for a couch. Sounds like a good time to be had. I think, yes, and we will be wearing the outfits. We will be wearing the outfits all this week. So I've got my red corset, and then also my blue velvet corset is also in play. So don't mind me as I get you plugged in. I just didn't want to lose reception and whatnot. Hello, darlings. Hopefully you're doing well. So bare minimum, I will be on from 6 p.m. to roughly 8 p.m. and beyond. I'm house sitting for some friends. So yes. Oh, darling, which hell do you mean? There's several of them, and, well, I only visit them. There's some nice ones. I definitely like the second ring of Dante's Inferno. Yeah. You know, so, my dear pup. Now, I'm sitting for some very large puppies. Yes, so that's the 2-year-old, the Dane mix, and then the other one that gets kind of whiny every now and again is in his crate currently, because he wanted to. Oh, well, you can't quite see everything. Yes, he's in his crate currently because he has been a little untoward and decided to be a little bit too aggressive with the bitey face. So. Yes, he had to go in the crate because he was about to damage his brother, which is not good. Oh, no. I don't own a house yet. I can't wait to own one, though, because when I do, I would absolutely adore having a couple of very large dogs to go with. Friends are on a nice little vacation, a much-deserved one at that. Nice little vacation. And I think they just landed in Louisiana, if I'm not mistaken. Well, some, not all, but some vampires have learned how to shift shift or adjust their form. So it's not an all or none. Again, a little bit more European. I myself tend to have a bit more of a canine. I tended to go a bit more wolfish in nature, which is probably why I find that I enjoy the company of hounds and werewolves quite a bit more than, say, certain other vampires. Of course, those other vampires often have tried to make their homes in territories of lycanthropes and shifters and the like, and, well, most shifters, especially of the werewolf variety, are territorial. So if you try to move in untowardly and you don't recognize that they own the territory, they can be quite sharp with their temperament, and I don't blame them. Now, turning into mist, that one's a bit more difficult to pull off. It's much more like a minor invisibility and just moving around, so you look like a mist, but you're not necessarily, completely incorporeal. Moonbeams, I have to laugh at that. Do I look like a Collins? Please. I'm trying to... Oh, wooden sticks. I find wooden sticks ever so hilarious. So, wooden sticks, they hurt, they'll put you down for a bit, but they won't put you out permanently for the most part, at least not one of my age. I do sleep sometimes at night. I just tend to take up a good amount of the nighttime being awake and getting things done. Because I had lycanthrope and mortal servitors, I learned to adjust my sleep schedule ever so slightly because, well, when I did have holdings, as it were, sometimes you do need to be able to run a few of the day-to-days or make meetings with other mortals. So, again, I try not to spend too much time out in the sun. It's rather overwhelming, but I can be awake somewhat in the day and then most of the night. So, yes, the joy of insomnia, I don't mind it too much. Ah, yes, I am a witch as well. Now, the witchcraft was to fill time more than anything, but I did find that I had quite the penchant for it. Originally, I was a cleric of the life. My focus was actually deep red, and that just was a familial lineage thing. My mother also had deep connections, as did both my fathers, so yes, apparently I was always fated to be what I am. Now, the witchcraft, on the other hand, helps me channel my gifts in a different way, because originally I channeled holy divine energy, and the particular holy divine... Sorry about that. The holy divine that I channeled. The more you channel through yourself, the more it can burn, but just, it's because it's a sheer amount of power, and some of my particularities did not agree with it, as it were, but you find workarounds here and there. It's all about adapting. Thank you, darling. I do appreciate that. Yes, I'm trying to think. Oh, holy water does nothing. It's a good exfoliant, but it really doesn't do nearly as much as people think. And when it comes to vampires that are repelled by a holy symbol, it's not just this one that they are repelled by. And by the way, it's not that they are repelled by the symbol. It is not that they are repelled by the emblem. It is that they are repelled by the faith, the belief in the thing. So, if you are a person who has a great amount of faith, whether that be, Buddhist or Shinto or Christian, all of those emblems can do quite a bit of damage, or at least put most of us on our back foot for a moment because of the faith of the thing. If, on the other hand, you're a deeply corrupt, say, cardinal or holy figure, those emblems will do absolutely nothing to us. And I enjoy that, by the way. Consent. Consent is another thing. So, some cannot enter a household unless they are invited in. I find that quite quaint. That trend to hold true, so they cannot enter my premises without at least a certain amount of implied permission. And if I rescind that consent for them to be in my domicile, they will be outside very shortly. On the other hand, I am the type who has to have consent in order to partake of the life essence, whether that is deep red or otherwise. If I have to take it against consent, it tastes like ash iron and iodine in my mouth. Highly unpleasant and not nearly as nutritive as I would like it to be. If, on the other hand, I have full consent, and I ever do so, enjoy that. If I have full consent, it's much more nourishing, much more pleasant, and the flavor definitely varies. Now, I have found I've never really liked the younger side, and I'm talking about 18s to 20ish. It's too young, no flavor. There's nothing truly of substance to it. They have not experienced anything of life. There's no joie de vivre the way, say, a 20, a 30, a 40-year-old has. The older, the more seasoned a person is, the more richness tends to come with the offering, as it were. Younger they are, it's bland, it's not nutritive, it is nearly flavorless, and I just much prefer older, to say the least. Of course, one of my age, that makes sense. I like age-appropriate life essence. Hello, welcome on in. How are we, my darlings? Maybe I can face... I think we're facing the light, which is becoming a bit of a problem, and that you can't see me quite as fully. Let me grab a chair and pull it up. There we go. Ah, that's better. Oh, my darling. Good is highly subjective. Highly subjective. I think I've been through a lot. I've grown incredibly, exceedingly powerful. And since I have brute, raw power, there's little need for me to be untoward. I don't need puffery. I don't need to be the big scary. I was the big scary for a couple of millennia when I was first turned. I was not quite in my right mind, to say the least, and I used very brutalistic tactics. But as time has gone on, I have found that a more measured touch will honestly get me quite a bit of what I want. And then if I absolutely must, I can always go back to my roots, as it were. And good, which again is always subjective. I'm sure that the people who've had to deal with some of my wrath don't find me to be very good. I use baneful magics as I please. But I try to mostly focus on myself rather than others. Oh, hello. How are you doing, Kalina? Aww. Well, if nothing else, make sure you get signed up for my subsequent nights, and that way you'll know when I'm on. 6 p.m. Pacific Standard Time is when I usually start. Are people scared? If they're smart, they have a certain amount of wariness. If they're not scared at all, and I find that quite interesting. Now, I don't need anybody to truly fear me, for the most part, but I just need people to understand that I am what I am, a dominant femme, unrepentant in how I conduct myself, and definitely unrepentant in enjoying what I enjoy. I am a hedonist, after all. Hello, darling. How are you, April? Fear. Fear is always interesting. No, I think I'd much rather stoke desire. Would much rather stoke intrigue or intellect. Fear, fear can go sideways in far too many ways, and if they have nothing but fear for you, they will find every reason to betray you. Oh, good. So far I'm doing quite well, and I'll probably be having a lovely bit of pork belly ramen later on tonight, so all in all, it's going to be a good night. Well, I mean, I think at times I can be quite intimidating. That's the word I was looking for. Fear, not so much. Sometimes I am a little intimidating, but that's much more on an intellectual level. My age and my lexicon, the way I use my vocabulary, can be a little putting people on the back foot, thinking that I'm going to think of myself as elite and above everyone. No, it's never that way, never that well, almost never that way. The people that I'm better than, well, they don't tend to be the workers. I find the workers absolutely necessary. I find workers, blue collar and otherwise, those who actually make this society go round, I appreciate them, and I appreciate them deeply. I would much rather that the workers, those that make society actually go round, be well cared for, good health care, good food, entertainment aplenty. It's those who hold far too much coin that I absolutely despise. Fair enough. What, my darling, am I speaking too loud? I know. Sorry, the one on the couch. Right. I've never understood. See, this is what confounds me about this particular day and age, this particular modern era that we're in. Thank you, my darlings. Oh, my goodness. You've done ever so well. I am so proud of you. I know those little gamer fingers must be absolutely tired beyond belief, but I do appreciate that you've done that for me. Thank you. Where was I? I am confounded in this particular modern era. Even though, the reign of terror happened and the guillotine, so many overthrows, so many very rich brought very low. I mean, look at Caligula and what happened to his family, to say the least. No, darling. I don't understand, with everything that we have seen repeat itself in history, how there are those who have ever so much coin, so much so that they could not spend it in 100 lifetimes over. I do not understand how they sit and abuse those who actually make them their coin. Because when it comes down to it, even myself included, every last one of us can be brought very low, very quickly, especially by a like-minded, large group of individuals who have decided to work together. You can continue reigning and ruling and whatnot, and you can do so very peacefully by making sure that your workers are well provided for, well paid, well entertained, well fed, given all the care and medicine that they could possibly need. Let the temple priestesses do what the temple priestesses do best, without stigma, without criminalization. The fact that so many people are in such dire straits makes me want to regain some of the matriarchal worship that used to go on. But again, I also know that every system can have issues, so they must always evolve, to say the least. And the evolution is a good thing. Pardon as I go see which one is whimpering and why. Are you going to behave yourself? Hmm? Stay there. Give me just a second, darling. I'm actually going to take a bit of a bio break. Be right back. If you can behave yourself and not try to bite your brother's face off, you may come out. Hello, darlings. How do you do? He needed to be loved, apparently. How are we this evening? Are you going to sit? Are you going to be a good boy and sit? Sit. Darling, sit. I swear I've taught you this trick. Sit. There is no other... I don't let just anybody headbutt me like that. Hello. How's everybody doing? Okay, so I think I'll be on for about another 20 minutes. I will be back tomorrow. We'll do more card readings, of course. If anybody ever feels like supporting directly or getting to know me a bit more, Throne Room is a great place to start. It has a lot of links to other places and whatnot. And then, of course, the links in Maya will take you to things like direct ways to support, and very importantly, it will take you to things like my writings and whatnot. So you'll understand my fun little thought processes a bit more. If you like Call of Duty fan fiction, I have 2 different chaptered stories currently out. And if you like werewolves and vampires, well, I have at least one shot up, so feel free to have that, by all means. Hello. Don't mind, I had to have a little background noise behind me. Oh, this is honestly very much helping my back. Give me half a second, I'm going to crack something. Oh, there we go. Oh, the shoulder blades have not popped for the last week. Oh, Lord. I love my scaffolding. So basically, this lovely corset I use to give myself quite a bit more strength, quite a bit more lift to here, so I don't have to carry it across the shoulders, because all the weight actually gets redistributed across the hips. I adore a corset for this exact reason. No. Don't do it. Don't do it. Come back around this way. Pardon, puppies. That bullwhip tail right there. Don't mind the pups. Hello, Laura. How are you doing, dear? It's been a hot minute since I've seen you. Are you being good? Hey, Are you being good? Come on. Come on. Come on. There you go. So Simon, aka Ghost, because he likes to be able to sneak and grab little things, but, oh good. Oh, fair enough, fair enough. He likes to, for whatever reason, grab the insoles to my shoes. Do not go that direction. We are not knocking everything over. Thank you. And then the other one would be Odie, aka Koenig. He is definitely an insertion specialist, as he will put that giant bowling ball head directly under your elbow and get himself under you so he can get pets. For the newer vampires, well, get consent. Definitely get consent. Screen everybody thoroughly. Because though you may not be affected for the long term, you don't want to accidentally imbibe something that you weren't expecting. It's how you accidentally walk out into the sun. Let's just put it that way. Definitely learn about your lineage. Most every weakness can be overcome in one way or another. You just have to be clever about it. And don't hate humanity for what they are. Humanity is humanity. Mortals are mortals. You were once mortal yourself. Don't be mad at them because, you know, we have to take on a few extra measures and have a few more things that we have to do. But also, learn how to mourn. Don't get so wrapped up in the ennui of everything that you stop entertaining mortal company. A, you're not better than them. B, you need them to survive in some fashion or another. And C, they are what they are. They are mortal. You're going to endure much longer. They, on the other hand, are candle flames. So enjoy their brilliance. What in the fuck do you have in your mouth, you... Oh, no, you do not. You did. Ooh. Ooh, ooh, I am... Do not grab my underthings. My own fault for not shutting that door. But yes. No, they're candle flames, so they will burn out much faster than you will. But learn to mourn. They are wonderful, but they are short. And when you start getting jaded and cynical, when you stop feeling, you lose yourself. And that can be quite the utter hole to dig yourself out of. Oh, don't worry, darling. This is just it at its full snugness. And for whatever reason, I'm having a very ample night, to say the least. But yes, there. I'm quite well and fine. I'm quite well and fine. Also, funny enough, I've lost about 30 pounds. No, sorry, 20 pounds. About 20 pounds since last we saw. I went from about 250 to about 230. So I'm a little bit more squishy in some odd ways, to say the least. Yes. My darling, if you go that way, you will knock my things over, and then I will not be happy. So, no. I will pet you, but I will not let you pass through there. Hello, hello. How's everybody doing? Is that it? You just wanted butt scratches? How dare you? Why, thank you, darling. I try my darndest. To say the least, to say the least. Oh. It's good scaffolding, too. No. Again, I will redirect you. You are not allowed to go that way. No, because you will knock things over. I didn't mean to. That's the whole thing, is I did not mean to lose the weight. I was not trying to. I think simply because I have been less stressed and far more happy. I think I just was able to lower a lot of my cortisol levels to a point where my body stopped being in pure survival mode and actually went, oh, okay, we don't need to retain. We can go ahead and drop some of this. We're good. We're good. Not everything is life and death. Go. Go. You're being a pest. No. Go to your crate. Go. Go. Ah, hello from the Netherlands. How do you do? Welcome, Southern California. Dog, don't try my patience, please. Sorry. He's a pup. He wants to be in everything. Nope. 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 Don't mind me as I play. Ah, you didn't think that I had fangs, but I have fangs on my fingers. That's right. My fingernails are bitey. Don't mind me puppy sitting for a very large couple of semi-guard dogs. Right, yeah. So many people just don't know that cortisol, high levels of stress, can actually cause you to retain quite a bit because your body is never quite sure what's going on, and so it goes, let's put some stuff into reserves because we remember what famine is like. So packs it on. But then again, I stopped putting my worth in my weight only a couple of years ago. So I got more comfortable with my weight when I realized that was simply my body's comfort zone. That I knew that I never ate as much as other people. I got a gastric bypass, the Roux-en-Y, which makes your stomach an ounce. I went through having a gallbladder removed, having all of my reproductive removed, so I didn't have extra estrogen, so it wasn't an estrogen issue anymore. And yeah, my normal resting weight was roughly 250 to 270 no matter what, even when I was very, very active out and about. Right. And so yeah, for the longest time I was incredibly stressed out, could not get the weight to come down, could not get my body to adjust and whatnot. I'm about to have that dog's hide. Sir, I have played with you. Why are you being untoward then? No. Sorry, didn't want him going in there and chewing on tinfoil, because that's another little prick he likes to do. Because I'm not taking you to the vet. No. I'm not taking you to an emergency vet. Yeah, no, once I was able to get into this new room and just this new environment where I'm far less stressed out, apparently my body decided to go, oh, we're in a healthy place? Okay. And just shed a ton of weight, which I was wondering why I was feeling kind of off. Stepped on the scale that they have here and I was like, oh, that can't be right. And then I realized it's an electric scale, so it reads at 0. It would have told me if it was reading below 0, but no, it reads at 0. Step on 230, 234-ish. Like, okay, it happens, and I guess, it's part of it is from the comfort. Aww. Kittens, gotta love them. I'm 5'4". I'm technically 5'5" with my shoes on, but no, I'm just below 5'5", and I have always just been solid. I know I've got a lot of fluff on the outside, so people think, oh, it's just fluff. I'm like, no, I power lifted I did a lot of weightlifting, I did martial arts, all kinds of sports growing up, and just very, very solid muscle base and then fluff over the top. So, yes. I'm only on for a few more minutes. I need to head off and I need to run them ragged so I can actually get some sleep tonight. Plus, I need to get a little food myself. So, but I will be back tomorrow. I will be back on 6 o'clock Pacific Standard Time until roughly 8 or 9 o'clock usually. And I will have a blue corset on this time. Oh yes, yeah. When cortisol is high, and cortisol is usually created by stress, whether it's emotional stress or physical stress or otherwise. When you are highly stressed out, cortisol tends to be very high in your system as well. It's a stress hormone. Learning to cry more often helps to reduce some of your cortisol levels, but also learning to put down some of all of that extra stress helps to reduce it greatly. So yes, find the things that help you decompress, and that will help to lower the cortisol levels, which might help in turn to give you a lower healthy weight to be at. Oh yes, thank you, darling. Thank you so much. Certain people get real lucky and their stress levels, they don't eat and they get real thin, or it hypes them up. I already had a slow metabolism to begin with, so yeah, apparently the more I got stressed out, the more it just went, you know what? We might go through a famine, we're just gonna hang on. It's like, fuck, no, let go. And to me, it's I have never been the kind of person like, ooh, I need to be thin. No, I just want to be healthy. I want to be able to walk a good distance, couple of miles, and not be utterly taken out by it. I don't think I'll ever be able to run black eyes and blue knees. That's all I have to say. I don't think I'll ever be able to run per se, but I'd like to be able to, hike or walk long distance around a mall or shopping center or antiquing and the such. I want to be able to lift decently heavy objects, mostly so I can get said antiques into my home. But, I'm a simple person, very simple person, to say the least. I just want to be healthy enough that I can outlast my suitors and spend every last one of their coins, usually on artisans and, craftspeople alike. Oh, darling, cry. Definitely. And don't worry if the eyes get puffy. Firstly, sometimes that puffy eye look is very in vogue, to say the least. But secondly, a bit of cucumber slice, a nice cold compact right afterwards. You'll be right as rain. Hello, darling. Oh, as in, how did I get these on? Fixident. A very small amount of Fixident puts these lovely fangs directly onto my dentures ever so lovingly and keeps them there. I do need to reform these though. I don't think I made the back foot connect quite tightly enough, so they have a little want to wobble. Thank you, my dears. Ever so lovely. Honestly, I think I'd like to find a few more suitors. Ones that like to spend a heavy amount of coin. I like being a kept woman. Kept woman is the most lovely of positions. And not quite what most people think it is. Why, thank you, darling. I mean, most people love my ability to transform. And if nothing else, entertain with my wit. So, if you haven't already, make sure that you've either followed me, join along for all the good fun we can have. If you need to find me other places, by all means, check the links in bio. It'll take you so many different places. And go ahead and make sure that you're all registered for the rest of the week. I made sure to have the events up on my calendar, and I also like to put my schedule for the most part in my bio. So feel free to have that. Go with. Have fun. Not tonight. Mostly because I've got to take care of these two, and they have been absolutely fussy all day long. So I don't think I can get any peace and quiet for too long. And the other things I like to do require some amount of peace and quiet. So yes. Oh, he's doing ever so well. My Virgo and my Libra are actually out for the week, doing some real fun things. I think they just made land in Louisiana, if I'm not mistaken. So they're going to have a day or so of Mardi Gras, which, I think it's going to be absolutely wonderful. We should do a Mardi Gras thing tomorrow. I think that'd be lovely. Oh, I like that idea. Let me see what I can do. If anyone wishes to put in a bit of direct support, as it were, so that I can go and buy maybe some candles and some other little fun things, we can do a little Mardi Gras casting. I'm not one for Lent because I am a hedonist, but I do love a good raucous time, and I definitely think we can do a bit of casting to help that. Oh, yes. They already have a neck full of them, so I can't wait to see what they come back with. I already did entreat them to maybe also stop in at a nice little metaphysical shop if they can find one and bring me back something interesting. Right. See, I don't think nearly enough people understand what a kept woman is. They think of it as somebody who's kept a secret or somebody who is kept to the side. But no, when I say kept woman, a kept woman is one who is kept in a life of comfort, kept in a life of softness, kept in a manner befitting her. I'm not saying I need a 4-story mansion or something that's millions and millions of dollars. I just would love something nice and Victorian, something that allows me to have my nails done and my hair coiffured, that I can, put in for a nice farmer's market, buy everything local and artisanal. Support those people who do make society run. That's what I mean by kept, and I absolutely adore it. Hello, Haley. How are you? Since I just saw a few of my lovely and regulars come in, I think we can stick together for a little while longer. In fact, actually, I will be losing the fangs. Let's go get a little something to eat. I've heard that before. I have definitely heard that before, and honestly, I don't mind. So far, not too bad at all. Let's go have a little bit of something to eat. Because, yes, if nothing else. Let's see if this room wishes to be loud tonight. Yes, I'll be making a little bit of something to eat, my dears. So we've already got our meat ready. Where is a good-sized pot? There we are. Okay, that is well rested and ready to go. And if the dogs touch it, I will have their hides. I would prefer something straight-ish. There we go. Hello. So I think we're going to go with a bit of ramen. I'm actually going to be taking this off mostly so it does not interfere. So tomorrow I will try and figure out where I'm going to be. I'm going to be at least on one age. verified site. Probably earlier in the day rather than later in the day. I have been using the evenings to actually relax, come down a little bit and do a touch of content creation and whatnot. So yes. Oh, well, thank you, darling. Now, of course, we've got miles and miles and yards of lacing to get out of. Absolutely not. You will remove yourself from this kitchen immediately. Nope. So all I need to do is blink sideways and this dog will grab that pork belly so fast I just know it. And I worked hard on the damn pork belly. Oh, there we go. Give it a second as my pressure readjusts itself. Pardon, they only seem to react when I put bass in my voice. If I'm too polite to them, they just go, oh, she doesn't mean it. And yes, I do. Breathing is going to have to readjust itself in just a moment. Now, if you're not used to having a corset on and you're unlacing and you kind of suddenly feel a moment, sit down, please. Your blood pressure has readjusted itself in such a way that your brain does not feel like it is getting enough. So, oh, there we go. There we go. Ah, there. The inside of my corset. I like making them pretty. Yeah, I need water. How's everybody doing? We're going to be doing a bit of ramen ever so shortly. Oh, goodness. And yes, I know several of you are going, wait, vampires can eat food? Yes, yes we can. At least I still can. Some of us, not so much. Some of us definitely need a bit of deep red in it. But no, I can eat food. I actually enjoy eating food. Don't eat it overly much. It doesn't make my system feel fantastic, but a little bit of something to nosh now and again. Especially if I can sprinkle a little bit of deep red on it. Makes it quite lovely. Again, I have many ways to procure sustenance. That life essence comes in so many colours. Oh, don't worry, I took them out because I'm heating up a bit of something to actually eat. Because yes, vampires actually do occasionally eat food. There is a joy to it. There we are, there it is. Yes, yes, yes. Hello, hello. Oh, you're from Brazil. Hello, welcome. Da, da, da. I should have brought my gochujang with me because I do like things a bit more spicy. Spicy brings a bit more flavour. Oh, we're working on doing a nice little bit of ramen. I just need to cut up my pork belly. Let's see if I can get it off the bone. Odie! You will not... Back it up. Back, you hound. Why, thank you. Sit! Go. Go. There you go, Odie. Chew, chew, for the love of shit, chew. There is cartilage in there. Sir, you did not just inhale that. It's what they are, it's what they are. Laser focused ones at that. I knew that there was no way I could actually eat that without them wanting to stick their nose in it. So if they've already at least gotten their bite. Oh, yes they do. Yes, they do. Well, and especially since I made a lovely smoke-infused pork belly. No, you are done. Good sir, you are done. No. You got your bite and you swallowed too fast. That is not my fault. Oh, yes, yes, of course, of course. No. No, good sir. Again, you are done. You swallowed fast. That is your own fault, not mine. Yes. We did a nice slow-cooked, well-seasoned, gently seasoned. And I only added a touch of garlic. So, yes. Love a good hickory liquid smoke. Added a touch of honey. If I had been smart, I would have added just a touch of tomato paste to that to help break down the protein even more. Yes, we love a good pork belly. A good pork belly or bone in, hence the reason I gave the dog the bone and the cartilage and whatnot. Yes. Ah, thank you, darling. Give me half a second, I just want to make sure that... You good? Okay, you're good. The baby is trying to figure out what to do with the bone, as it were. No! Absolutely not! You put your nose near that. Mm-mm. Oh good, we've almost got the water up to boil. Okay, we've got that, oh, that's right, I need to add, no, that's not what I was, oh, there we are. Cheese! So we're going to add cheese, we're going to add egg towards the end of the process. And I have this lovely cracked peppercorn white cheddar. Mmm. Oh yeah. Mmm. The cracked peppercorn really does it for me. Adds those dimensions of spice. Pardon as I cut it up a little bit. And then we're also going to add an egg. It's a nice bit of protein, but it also helps thicken up the sauce. You know, I went ahead and removed the rib and the cartilage portion of it, and then the thing in half. So the baby got the bone, and then he got that nice meaty cartilage. So my nationality is American. I'm half black, half white, and I am a Gemini, through and through. Now, Inna Bathory is actually of both African and European descent as well. There's a long story behind it, but she also has two fathers. Again, a long story. Oh, let's see. Do we have... Yes, we do. Nice bowl. Like that's everything in that. That's gonna do the thing for a bit. Okay, we're going to add onion. And we are going to reheat a bit. I like my pork to be nice and hot. Oh goodness, thank you ever so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Partners, I'm going to add at least a couple of little onions to go with. Yes, well, I've been thinking about talking about some of my adventures and whatnot, especially seeing as my favourite servitors over the ages have been Leica Grimwood. I know each of them has their own specific name. I'm just kind of terrible with names at times, and they are my werewolf or shifter servitors for the most part. Renfields tend to be just regular human mortals. But those who've proven themselves either shifters or worthy of the title Black Dog are also referred to as Leica. So yes, no, my penchant for shifters and werewolves has been quite long running. In fact, you could say they go back as long as I do. No, absolutely not. It's coming back looking for more. I'm a decent cook. I like flavour, so I had to invest in myself and learn how to actually make things taste good. Especially with a vampiric sense. Unfortunately, over the ages, your senses can dull down and whatnot. So, it becomes a better practice to learn how to cook for oneself. Mostly so you don't grow bored of it all. That, and if you know how to cook well and can actually do as such, you become, how do we put this, less obvious to the mortals, hiding in plain sight. No worries, my darling. Let's see, do I have a pair of mixy? No. Again, hound. Hello, darlings. How do we do? Putting together a little ramen. Give me just a second. Don't ask why I can't seem to get those out. There we go. So I believe this is a tonkotsu styled ramen. Oh goodness. Here we go. Oh, that's hot. That's hot. Don't worry, I'm fine. I luckily have slightly more asbestos fingers. Going to have to reduce the amount of liquid though. Hello. Oh, thank you, darling. I do take that as the highest praise. Can vampires get married? Why, of course we can, my dear. Of course we can. Honestly, I've been married number of times? Upwards of several hundred at this point. And I do love getting multiple married. That's actually probably the most fun part. Nowadays, there's such push for only marrying one person at a time. I'm like, that's boring. But yes, no, we can absolutely get married. Now, I just happen to be one who occasionally likes being married. Not always, though. Don't always want to be, fully tied down. But when you find somebody who's truly worth your time and your effort and really puts in to grow with you and whatnot, I find that absolutely lovely. Now, I do tend to marry mortals. Some vampires only like marrying other vampires. I, on the other hand, very much prefer to marry mortals. I don't want to be stuck together for millennia with somebody I don't necessarily like. Not to mention, sometimes when you merge households as vampires, it can be a bit tricky politically. I really do want to take some of this soup off. I thought I had, what do you call it, the big spoons. Like egg drop spoons, but apparently no. Oh, that's lovely. Oh, that is absolutely gorgeous. Don't know exactly where to move this in order to accommodate, but pardon as I bring it over this way. Hello. Now, I know there's always an odd question of can vampires get pregnant? Luckily, I come from a lineage where that was not so much. Yay! That was not so much the case, thankfully for me. There are few that can, and that's how you get vampires who are born. They age incredibly slowly. Now, I also age incredibly slowly. This whole, oh, we never age. No, we just age incredibly slowly. A couple hundred years is nothing. A couple thousand years, you begin to show a bit more wear and tear, as it were. Add to that, several millennia, tens and times over. Yes, you can actually gain quite a bit of age. Ooh, so this is the Japanese ramen that I made. And we did a smoky, smoke-infused pork belly rib. Nice, slow cook. Chewy. A little bit fatty. I'm sorry, give me a moment. I don't know how I did it, but I aged it perfectly. Everybody should have a little bite or a little something to drink. You're looking at it in many ways. I do love a bit of pork, especially if it's been well cooked. Oxtail is another very, very lovely meal. And I adore ramen. I just really, truly do. No! You've had your meal, I get mine. There's a reason I shut the door. Pardon if I sloop, we've got noodles here. Oh, I used to watch this show called Iron Chef, and it reminded me of, some of my more pretentious days. And, well, they described food ever so lovingly. I figured, why not? It gives you a bit more. You can feel more depth to it. No. Mm. Those are pretty good noodles. Those are actually rather good noodles. I still think Bulldog is my top choice for a noodle, but they've got a good mouthfeel, a decent amount of heartiness to it. Really, really, really good broth. I think the cheese is doing its part in lending to the flavor. Hum. Oh, oh, that is so lovely. I'll give it to him. That tonkatsu style broth is fantastic. Deep, rich umami, I think, is the best way to describe it. It has almost a mushroomy flavor in the best ways possible. I put them just outside. Well, they're still in the house. I just shut the kitchen door for the most part so they can't just wander in. Because I know them. They will use their height and their overly strong noses to upend something. So they go, well, you know, it hit the floor. I guess you're just going to have to give it to us. And no, I'm not. You are not about to snatch my pork belly. Trying to take meat out of my mouth is a dangerous gambit. Oh my goodness, that cracked pepper is so good. I don't eat much or often, so I can get at points a little bit defensive about the dishes I find that I like the most. I'm going to go let them outside for a little bit. I gardened last night, a lovely little, such a delightful night, nice and floaty. So I did a tonkatsu ramen, and added a bit of cracked peppercorn white cheddar, green onion, a bit of slow-cooked pork belly that I did earlier, and, and an egg. Very low soy, very low. And it's been a while since I've had any soy in my system, so I'm being good, I promise. You want outside? Yes. Hey, excuse you, sit. Sit. I said sit, both of you. Sit. 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 Simon, sit. Sit your ass down. Thank you. Stay. Stay. Boy. Swear to goodness, these hounds. No manners. No manners whatsoever. Hello, hello. I mean, I'm not a person who eats overly much salt, but you can feel when you've had too much of it, it'll definitely cause you a bit of a headache. Although the best counter to having a little too much sodium is just drink a lot of water. Your system will flush it. But yeah, too much and your system will over-retain water and you will feel quite bloated and not comfortable. But if you don't have enough, you will actually get cramping, headaches. It'll be much like you're having a hangover. So you need a decent amount of salt in your overall intake. But you don't have to have all the salt. You don't have to be a deer and lick. Like, no. but get a decent amount in there. Oh, yes, definitely. So, like, people with POTS need a bit higher salt intake. And then people with, say, hypertension, they have to have a lower sodium intake. And it's not always the sodium intake that is causing the hypertension. It just, they have to have a lower sodium intake. And it's not always the sodium intake that is causing the hypertension. It just, sorry about that, minor hiccup, we're fine. Oh, I'm gonna have to eat this slowly because it's a lot of protein. And a lot of protein on my tiny, tiny stomach is, at times... Oh, yes. Yeah, it hits a certain percent and it does an odd reset. Mm. 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 Pork belly. I truly enjoy my meat. Really only two different consistencies. I either want it fall off the bone or want it decently springy and chewy in my mouth. And this is the latter. I'm adoring it as well. Ooh, yeah, reflux can be a real pain. Sometimes that's an acid-based thing. Yes, so sea salt and pink Himalayan are two that I believe have like crustacean inclusion, and those crustaceans have a bit of iodine to them. So they can actually end up giving you a bit more minerals, a little bit more things that you would normally need but don't always get everything that you can from it. And then the inclusion of the iodine is actually very, very helpful for thyroid issues. More often than not, when people are putting salt on their food, it is iodized salt. If it is non-iodized salt, I would highly suggest, if you're not allergic, switching to iodized salt, because that can actually be very helpful for your thyroid. I had. I had them all taken out, but I had a lot of issues with my teeth, to say the least, and many of them were genetically based, so I understand what you mean. Oh, oh, good. Yay. Finally, the sweet potato slips are starting to grow little roots. I've been hoping that they would do that for a while now. Hello, hello. How do you do? Oh, I've got to eat slowly. That is the one thing, is the more dense, the more, oh, thank you, darling. Pardon, hiccups. Thank you, darling. The more heavy the protein is, the more full I feel faster. So if I'm eating, let's say, seafood, shrimp and whatnot, I can eat a pretty decent amount of seafood and not feel any worse for the wear. But pork definitely sits quite a bit heavier, and oh yes, that has quite a bit of fat on it because it's pork belly. But beef, honestly, beef is the one that fills me up the fastest because it's a very, very, very dense protein. Get them out, 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 get them out. A, your palate, how you taste, will change greatly. B, anybody who goes, oh, we can just give you some root canals, we can fix this up, it's fine, you want to keep your teeth, you want to keep... If everything in your mouth is going wrong, and they are quoting you tens of thousands of dollars to get your teeth, quote unquote, fixed, so that they can keep them in longer, so that you have to wait longer, and then you're going to eventually have to take them out anyways. When I tell you getting my teeth out saved my sanity. A, massive fear of the dentist, but B, my teeth were crumbling. They were cracking, they were broken, it was bad, and a lot of it was genetic in old regards. So they were crumbling and they were crumbling fast. If I had gotten the 43K worth of dental whatnots, I would still probably be having teeth pulled in very short order right afterwards. So yeah, and I happened to have one tooth that had cracked and it had grown an abscess into the gum line. And the dentist that I went to get everything removed left the abscess. I had to go back the next day to a different dentist and tell him, hey, look, this is an abscess and this is active. Can you please lance it and express it, because I don't want this to continue to come back. And he did. Thankfully, he was competent. The one I went to, I swear to God, if I ever see him again and I recognize him, it is on site. Oh, darling, don't be scared about dentures, honestly. I have found that more and more young people are getting dentures because genetic issues and whatnot that is causing them to remove teeth. But the teeth that you see, those are dentures. I'm in my 40s. I had my teeth removed last year. And I have never felt better. Not being in constant pain, not being stressed about if the next bite I take into something semi-hard is going to be the next tooth that cracks itself in half. Like, honestly, I feel so much better. And there are certain advantages to not having to worry about whether or not your teeth will be in the way. Very much. And honestly, you're going to spend just as much, if not more, trying to save your teeth than if you were to get everything removed and get a denture. Especially if you go with a regular old school suction styled denture. Those, I think you can get between 10 and 20K, which I know sounds like a whole lot, but there is financing, there are ways to go about it. But yeah, between 10 and 20K, you can get everything taken and dentures made. If you do the drop-in style, which is what I wanted to do originally, those will cost you about 40K, but honestly, you'll still spend less getting that done than getting your teeth constantly worked on, having to go through constant pain and whatnot. Yeah, I was in orthodontic. I was in braces for about 10, 15-ish years. First to get them all in order and then to retain them. And honestly, they were hell the entire time. Implants are not nearly as stable as I originally thought, because bone is actually more malleable than you know. So when you get those individuals put in there, if there's any pressure pushing any particular direction, it can very much be a bit of an issue that they want to migrate themselves. But if you want to, you can do it. You're just looking at it like 100K. I won't sugarcoat that, because trust me, I got the sticker shock myself. I'm like, If you really are hoping to preserve bone over time, I would go with the drop-in style that has like metal posting, because that actually helps to put some pressure on the jawbone so it retains for a little bit long. Drop-in style that has like metal posting, because that actually helps to put some pressure on the jawbone so it retains for a little bit longer. But yeah, definitely look into it, and definitely talk to people who've already had their teeth out, They will give you a much different view of everything than a dentist will, and the dentist forgets to tell you a shit ton of stuff. So talk to people who already have dentures. Ah, you're fine. You're fine. Yeah, yeah. No, I had them from 8 years old, palate expander, round of retainers, then 4 more years of. Yeah, they had to wait for all of my baby teeth to come out, then 4 more years of braces, banded braces at that. And then 3 years of retainers after that. It was a. I hated it. I hated it. I'm a person who enjoys certain kinds of pain. That was not one of them. That was hell on earth. Hey, how you doing, Lume? Typos happen. Ooh, ooh, we do not like us. Ooh. Did you just heard me do in a battery for like the last couple of hours, right? I speak fine with the dentures in with fangs on. This is how I would normally speak, and I just have my uppers on. And even when I don't have my uppers in, I am very understandable. I whistle a little bit more. I have to remind myself to over enunciate, but I absolutely can function with them in or out. I hated the palate expanders. Bullshit. Those things are awful. And honestly, I can keep these in for a pretty extended period of time. I currently have what is it called? I have Dentach, which helps to cushion everything. Oh my god, invest in Dentach. That's all I gotta say. Invest in Dentach. Dentach is fantastic. It creates a cushioning. It helps to add like good suction, and I adore this stuff. It's this almost soft moldable putty that you basically heat up with really really warm water. You spread it across the plate, and then you push the plate into place and keep it in for a couple of hours while it kind of forms up and sets up and cures. And it creates basically a lovely, lovely cushion, much better suction, and makes it so you have to use only minimal amounts of glue to actually keep everything in. I adore it. And I just discovered it more recently and bought myself a tube, but it was 1,000% worth it. Mm-hmm. I myself don't tend to wear my bottom plate only because I these are still technically my what do you call it, my not my permanent set, my placeholders, as it were. Ooh, do not do veneers. Do not do veneers. Do not do veneers. Oh, for the love of fuck. Do not do. Temporary, thank you. That's what I was looking for. I love you all for that. Do not do veneers. Veneers are the aluminum siding of teeth. It's just there for looks. They have zero stability. They are awful. Okay. 15 minutes, 30 gifters send a rose. Let's see if we can do it. If each person does. Yeah. Hmm? Oh my god. So, what a veneer is exactly what it says. A veneer is just an overlay. A veneer is a basically they make something that looks like teeth. They nub down the teeth that you have. Oh, thank you. I don't even think you have to give multiple. I think they're just trying to make sure that everybody is jumping in, as it were. They're seeing how many people pay attention to these. This is a clock app. It's there on the anyways. But yeah, no, they. Oh God. So they nub down or create posting on your teeth, and then they pop those on over. And those, they cannot withstand pressure because it's still your real tooth. They can still rot, decay, crack, all those kind of things. You cannot bite down on hard foods without very much risking popping those veneers straight off. So yeah, like I had a friend who was a dental assistant, and my mother-in-law is a dental tech, and they were like the first thing they told me: do not get veneers. Veneers are a lie. Veneers just look like teeth. You cannot use them like teeth. You have to cut up everything small. Stuff has to be soft. And yeah, like everybody goes in, oh my god, I'm gonna have this perfect smile. And then they go to bite into something semi-hard and find out that their teeth cannot withstand the pressure. So yeah. Yeah. So implants, they can still move. They can still move around and whatnot. And they are a very lengthy process to get put in. So if you're willing to deal with teeth that might move and might need to be corrected over time, you definitely have to, I think, wear like a retainer style device to make sure that they stay in place. Because once you've pulled something out and placed something in, the bone has to remodel and reform around the post. And in that time, it's a little bit more wiggly. It's going to want to move a little bit more. So yeah, it takes a little bit time. But honestly, they're not a bad idea. Oh yeah, it does. Yeah, it does. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Because again, you have to have it. Your body is forming bone around, a posting, and I hate to give detail, but also I need to give this education to you. Um, A, you've got a lot of healing to do. B, for some of them, when they place that post, they gotta let that post heal, which means you have to go in for multiple rounds. They put the post in, they cover them over, they let the bone solidify, then they uncover and then screw on each cap from there. They can be somewhere between $500-$600 for one versus like sometimes some of them are in the couple thousand range per tooth. So if you get 32 teeth replaced and they are like 3.5K each, you're looking at well over $1,000 to get everything done. Hey Tyler. But yeah, like for a lot of people it is worth it. It just depends on how much you like going to the dentist. I was a person where I'm like, no, thank you. No, I don't like being in a dentist chair. I had panic attacks. Oh, thank you, Miss Tyler. I appreciate that. I didn't like being in the dentist chair. I had really, really bad panic attacks, like full on crying. The need to like sprint out every single time, even if they were just doing a gentle look, even if they were doing a little cleaning, I was like, I couldn't. So that's why I told them, take everything. I will work with dentures. I am totally fine by that. And yeah, I'm honestly so much happier for it, even with temp dentures in. I am so much happier with the temps rather than having teeth that were just going to hell, which hurt so bad. I didn't even know how much brain fog and just so detrimental. I had lived in pain for, I think, probably over a decade and just not realized how much pain it was. Once I got it out and the swelling started going down and the healing started, I was like, oh my god, is this what not being in pain feels like? What the shit? It was wild. If I had, honestly, if I had to choose, if I was like, oh, I can do one thing right now, I would get the drop-in dentures. I don't think I would want the individual ones. I just, something about that is like, no, thank you. I think the dentures I'm okay with, especially since I can pop them out and then I can craft my own fangs and stuff, so can't do that with implants per se. Mm-hmm. Dude, I have to be so medicated. There was a few times that I literally had to have a friend drive me, and I was heavily medicated by the doctor. And they're like, "Well, okay, here you go. We're gonna get you heavily medicated. You're gonna be pretty much out of it, and your friend's gonna have to drive you home and babysit you for a while." I'm like, "Cool, cool." But yeah. They gave me, well, they took impressions beforehand. That's why they had my dentures ready to go. But it's, it's a little bit of a process. It didn't help that the jackass that pulled my teeth stitched my cheek to my actual fucking gum line. Fuck that dude sideways. But yeah, no, just, it was a little bit of a process, but honestly, not that bad overall. Took me about 2-3 weeks. Once my stitching actually came out, then I could wear the dentures much more comfortably. It still took me a while to figure out how much glue to use, what kind of glue worked best. I really enjoyed the Fix-It-Dent with a little bit of scope in it. It helps. Always store your dentures in water. Do not brush them with any sort of a hard bristle. Only like baby soft bristles. Baby soft bristles. But yeah, and they will give you like a choice. They had like super stark white, or they had something that was closer to regular tooth, and I went slightly more towards the lighter side, only because I knew I drink a lot of coffee, so I knew the coffee was going to eventually color them at least a little bit. Can they break? Yes. They are acrylic. They also do sometimes hard plastic, but it is decently hard to actually break them. These are meant to be durable. They're meant to be grindable, like actual teeth. They will definitely take a little figuring out when it comes to how to eat, but trust me, you will find that even without your dentures in, you can gum your way through a lot of different foods. And you will find which foods you actually like to eat without your dentures in at all, because they help to massage the gums, and you want to maintain at least some amount of circulation and stimulation in the gums themselves. Invest in a little bit of jewelry or teething toys for babies that you can put like in the fridge and the freezer, because you're gonna want something to like literally just bite down on, and it helps to massage the gums. Cold is absolutely wonderful. I still love cold on my gums, especially when I'm like in a mood to chew on something. Mostly because I don't have someone to chew on at the moment. But yeah. I sometimes fall asleep with my uppers in, and it hasn't been too much of a problem. I would highly suggest, though, if you have lowers, take those out, because those ones, because they're U-shaped, they can become a little bit of a problem and slip where you don't mean to. So yeah, make sure that you take your bottom ones out, but the top ones, sometimes I fall asleep with them in. I haven't had a problem so far. So yes, yeah, I don't have a hard professional acrylic set which would pop in and actually hold up via suction. These I definitely have to glue in. But yeah, I actually want to have a set that has permanent fangs in there. And I've actually been seeing some really cool fang jewelry. So yeah, I would really like to learn how to either make my own fang jewelry or get ones that I could click jewelry onto, because I'd like to have decorative. My teeth are now both aesthetic and functional. So yeah. Yeah, there are ones that you don't have to have glue. C-Bond is a really nice lightweight glue. Great for like talking and doing day to day. They take a little bit of work to figure out how to eat with it in, but C-Bond is fantastic and super gentle. Fix-It-Dent, which is what I use, it's an adhesive, so it definitely holds it in a lot stronger. The Dentach helps to create a more perfect bonding, because it can seep into all the different little ridges in your mouth and whatnot. Also, your sense of taste is going to be very different. How you experience food and taste is going to be very different because the upper side of dentures is smooth, but the upper part of your palate is actually very roughed. Give me a second. I gotta go get the hounds. No. No. Hounds. Goodness. But yeah. It took about 2 to 3 weeks worth of general healing before I was comfortable putting my plates in. My gums were definitely sensitive and tender for another couple weeks after that. But honestly, I think I got pretty comfortable with them after about 2-3 months and figured out that I like my top plate in just fine. It's my bottom plate that I don't like because there's a lot more bone remodeling that happened. So my bottom plate doesn't sit quite, it doesn't fit flat like it should. It likes to rock a bit more and it irritates me. So I tend to just leave it out. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Right. It really is. It's a tonkatsu style. Pardon. Tonkatsu style ramen. Goodness, pardon me. Oh, that gets to stay there for a little while. My tiny, tiny tummy can only take so much at a time. I am a slow eater at points. But yeah. Yeah. There are honestly just days that you don't feel like having your teeth in. I don't know how to explain it other than you're like, I just don't want to deal with the adhesive. Again, the phone hiccups when I plug it in and shit. But yeah, no, there are certain days that you just don't feel like having your teeth in. And sometimes that can also be when you've worn your teeth enough times that like you've sensitized your gums, like you've had to remove adhesive, or they've been rough, or they've been rubbing a bit, and just, oh man, you look at it and you go, I just don't want to. So you leave them out for, I sometimes leave them out for like a day or two, and that's usually when I end up chewing on something that has a, how do I put this? Because it's only going to come out sounding dirty. That's when I'm chewing on things that are a bit more rubbery, that have a bit more girth. Because, okay, that's another, that's something they did tell you. Your teeth sit a certain amount apart. Your teeth make it so that your jaw is, your upper and lower jaw, they don't meet. That would be bad. You'd actually be, damaging your teeth if your jaws would normally meet. So your jaws sit at a rest that's about half an inch to an inch apart, depending on how big your teeth are. When you get everything removed, you have that extra room in between, and your jaws are going to be looking to try and rest against each other. And so you're going to have those moments where you overclock, or where you try and put basically the jaws together and you're like, the fuck it, oh, that's right, I don't have teeth. It's going to be a learning curve. It's definitely going to be a learning curve. But if you can at least wear, one plate, it tends to help you not overclock. Or if you've just got a good piece of jewelry that is decently thick, something with a honestly, even a finger's width, so that you can actually, like, hey, absolutely not. What was that? What was that? No, you don't get pets when you act like a dick. Lay your ass down. No, lay your ass down. Simon, what do you have? He doesn't have anything. He didn't get anything that you did. Jesus. Sorry about that. Poor baby. Why do you, no. No. Keep your paws to yourself, sir. You don't get rewarded with pets after snapping at your brother like that. No. Simon, crate. Go to your crate. No. Absolutely not. Simon, crate. Pardon as I deal with a couple of puppies. No. Simon, crate. Your brother is being untoward. Don't give me that humdrum attitude. You were very unkind. They really are. They really are. Oh, I'm puppy sitting for a couple of friends while they're out of town. So, welcome to the digs, as it were. Oh, that's right. So yeah, get yourself jewelry or something that has a bit of silicone is good. I wouldn't suggest anything that is like rubber. Silicone, on the other hand, is better to chew on. It's less abrasive, especially for the areas that are still healing. I would highly suggest even before you start... Yeah. I would highly suggest even before you start trying to wear your dentures to actually be chewing on that. It'll help to slowly desensitize the more tender areas of your mouth. Yeah, a baby pacifier will do. There are certain things like rubber can cause more friction, and silicone, on the other hand, tends to be a little bit more forgiving, a little less abrasive to the gums. Your gums are actually far more tender than you would ever imagine, but if you take the right roads, you're fine. Also, putting them in the fridge, absolutely adore putting them in the refrigerator. That coolness will really help, because usually you're dealing with a pretty decent amount of inflammation. Hello, darling. And when you've got so much inflammation going on, it can be very uncomfortable. Oh, I just chew. I tend to chew towards the back, so back towards the molars. I still use the front to, do cutting motions and whatnot, but for the most part, I just chew to the side and usually at the back. And my molars meet pretty well. Trying to clock the front together is actually what takes a lot more and can be uncomfortable, but yeah. Without, aim towards the back, because they're meant to meet up there, and honestly, go with softer foods. So anything that's mashed, anything that is very small, you're pretty much good to go. If it's if it's larger, that can be harder to get apart, especially if it's like protein. That can be a little bit more dense. I'm going to ask politely the first time, do not call me baby and do not call me mommy. Those are two words that hold irritation for me. So I know you didn't know. This is why I'm gently correcting. Just made a page for myself. Oh, nice. Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, feel free, ask questions by all means. It's a lot of the things that doctors and dentists don't tell you. You will learn so much more from people who actually have dentures that will give you the lowdown on how to take care of shit. Hey, Carly. Oh no, not you, dog lover. No, we're talking about the user. Oh yeah, one's in the crate. He's going to be a little bit whiny because he wants to be where everybody else is. But yeah. Oh, don't. You'll be fine. You'll be fine. Invest in instant mashed potatoes, oatmeal, cream of wheat, rice. Like, I know it sounds kind of plain, but you can always put like seasoning and stuff with it. And you will find real quick what you like, what you don't like, and test run a few of them. Learning to talk is going to be difficult at first, mostly because your mouth is going to be really, really super swollen. But honestly, just keep doing, and like over enunciate. Don't try and talk like you normally would. Over enunciate. Act Shakespearean. It'll help you get your forming your mouth correctly. And yes, you will whistle on your T's and H's. Yeah, I mean, do what you gotta do, Do what you gotta do. In other words, so normally people would just talk like this and, it'd be fine. And they can, blah, 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 and be heard just fine. When you have dentures, if you learn to over enunciate a little bit more, use the mouth a little bit more, you'll have a cleaner sound even when you don't have your plates in. Oh, yeah, dog is in the kennel currently. He's like a mad toddler. Well, I should actually sign off so I can take care of these two and get them kind of taken care of for tonight and whatnot. I will be back tomorrow. I will be on from about 6 to at least 8, possibly longer. And I would appreciate if people come by, hang out. I'll be wearing my blue corset tomorrow, trying to figure out what I want to wear under it. So we'll do another round of In a Bathery, have a little bit of fun and whatnot. And I'll probably be doing a daytime cast for one of my verified places. So, yeah. See y'all later.